Warning: this fiction contains adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. Stun Gun Hero. Genres: action, comedy, fanfiction, harem, romance, school life, slice of life, supernatural. Summary. One day a normal 20-year-old wakes up in a room he has never seen before. He looked on a phone next to his bed to read the date. June 21, 2148. He then discovered he was in the body of Denki Kaminari. How will he stand at the top of his class as one of the most one-dimensional quirks? Please enjoy. I made this to pass the time of quarantine. I hope that this story can help anyone else that may be bored as well. Smile. I do not own Boku no Hero Academia. Nor do I own the cover picture. I found it here. Full credit to the person, or people responsible. Chapter: I woke up with the worst headache of my life, feeling like someone was stabbing my brain with an ice pick. After a few excruciating minutes I eventually opened my eyes, to be faced with an unfamiliar yet reminiscent ceiling. I should have been scared to wake up in a room that was not my own, but some part of me couldn't. I sat up to take a look at my surroundings. Looking around, it felt like a room I was accustomed to, as I knew where to look when I was thinking of finding something. Where do I keep my clothes? My body would look toward a dresser by my bed. I slowly got up, still feeling a dull throb in my head, to look through a window. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw someone staring back at me. A kid looking to be around early to mid-teens was staring at me. I started back, staring back at him, only to notice that he was mirroring my actions. What the? We both said. What's wrong with my voice? It sounds different. Then it clicked, the weird deja vu, the kid looking at me, my different voice. I've taken over this kid's body. A new headache was forming, and I don't think it was the transmutation of my soul into this kid anymore. Okay, maybe a little bit. I took a deep breath to gather my courage to look back into the now defined mirror. Taking a closer look, it was a teenager with blonde hair with a black streak and squiggly shape. About 5'6" with very light brown eyes, almost yellow. I put my hand to my new face, pinch it, and give it a pull. Ouch. Well, that proves this isn't a dream, I guess. However, something was nagging me. This face was too similar to someone I knew before whatever happened to me happened. I looked towards my nightstand looking for a phone. Bingo. I take it while pulling off the charging cable, and turn it on. Please have no password. I say under my breath as I swipe the screen. It opens to a running video streaming app. I sigh with relief as I hit the home button to look at the date and time. June 21, 2148. The words ring in my head. Oh. I've been gone for a while. I slowly sat down on my bed. I was in shock, too much information too fast, and my brain feeling like it was gonna split open didn't help me process. I lost everyone. I have nobody. Somehow this seemed to ring true to my subconscious as well, and I shed a few tears at the home I could never go back to. The people I could never see again. I sat and cried for longer than I'd like to admit. I looked back at the phone that had long since turned off. I turned it back on, and found some news articles. All Might defeats sludge villain was the top headline. It was at that moment I had another shocking realization. I'm in a whole other universe, as an almost mob comedy relief character. What did I do wrong in my previous life? Denki Kaminari, one of the characters in Boku no Hero Academia. He was not showcased much in the show outside of throwing a joke or two, and acting brain dead when using his power. Denki had one move, indiscriminate shocking. That was it. Who has that as their one move and gets in 1A? I took a look at the time and saw it was 5 minutes to 8. I took a look at these Thunderbolt PJs and immediately took them off. I had a slightly different style than the original Denki, wherever he was. I put on some jeans, a black t-shirt with a lightning bolt down the center. Man, this kid sure liked the lightning imagery, and black jacket. I like dark colors, sue me. I slowly opened my door to see a mostly empty single-bedroom apartment. I was confused yet sad again. Where are Denki's? Oh. I can guess from all this sadness. I really am all alone in the truest sense of the word. Both body and soul have nobody that knows either. I thought I already cried everything out, but I was proven wrong. Combination of two souls. Grief cannot be gone in one day, I guess. I was depressed. I didn't want to do anything. I wanted to wallow in self-pity, but I couldn't. For me, once I run out of tears I can no longer grieve, not that I don't want to. However, I can no longer focus on all of my sadness without the tears to go with it. How could this kid 5 years younger than my age deal with the trauma of losing both parents, but manage to be the most happy-go-lucky in the class? Probably the same way I'm gonna deal with my grief, ignore it for other things to think about. Although I couldn't rule out him short-circuiting himself to dumb down his grief, and now that I was thinking about it. You're young and come with a way of forgetting / dumbing down yourself to get rid of your sadness. It's a tempting offer if I'm being honest, but I refuse to forget those of my world. I will not forget the good, to make the sadness of it being gone, lessen. This grief is proof of my existence. With some new determination I decide to look over the apartment for any clues of money for food, and rent. After a bit of digging through my stockpile of mail, I have figured out that both Danky's parents died a little over a month ago. They had a health insurance policy taken out for quite a bit of money, however most of it could not be touched until Danky was an adult. The money that could be spent was a monthly budget that was automatically sent for the rent, and the rest was given to Danky for food, other things. I have to say, it is strange that they trust a kid not to blow all his money without a guardian. I guess some things about this universe don't abide by the same rules I have lived in. I had a good amount of cash, so I didn't have to worry about food, or shelter. That leaves the future. I guess that means going to high school. Because what kid didn't dream of being a hero when they grew up? I lost that before I came here, but maybe this body's subconscious is affecting me for the fact that when I think about being a hero my heart starts to race with a smile creeping up on my face. After looking up some information on when schooling starts, I found out that I have about as long as Madrya did in the show to train, before the entrance exam. I need to make a list of what I need to do. 1. Write as much as I know about all the main cast and storyline in order. 2. Figure out how to use mic work. 3. Train mic work, body. 4. Come up with a costume, and tools to aid mic work. I wrote down the list, and noticed it was in kanji. I knew how to read and write kanji. I just prayed that I could speak it as well, otherwise I'd have a lot of problems to deal with. I went to my room, and sat at my desk. I found a notebook and started to write down the heroes I knew about, after them were the villains. I only watched up to season 5 of the show, so all the info of pertinent big events went in. I decided to take pictures of the pages and put them on a secure file on my phone so I could see them wherever I needed. I've always believed in if something is important, have two of it. After all that was done I took a look at the time, and it was about noon. My stomach rumbled as I felt hunger pains of having forgotten breakfast, and lunch right around the corner. I put the book back into one of the desk drawers under some other papers, and loose junk to keep it from being too noticeable. I got up and went to the kitchen to notice a sore lack of just about anything to eat. I decided to leave the apartment to buy some groceries. I don't like to cook as it took time out of my day to do so, but Japanese food always seemed quick in comparison of American cuisine. Cook rice, cook meat, and make broth, done. I found the keys, and my wallet, then went outside for the first time in this new world. The light was blinding after spending hours writing in my room, so it took a few seconds to adjust. Once my eyes were finished adjusting I took a look around. I was on the second floor of this apartment building facing a small parking lot for about 10 cars max. The driveway was in the center, so 5 cars on each half of the lot. This was a very small complex. I locked my door and saw 201 on it. Nice to know I have a corner room. I hate being in between two neighbors. I went to a convenience store and picked up about 3 bags of ingredients and one of either pre-made, or snack food. I came back and ate some of the pre-made stuff before thinking of how to use my quirk before registration. It took way less time than I thought it might to even turn on the quirk, Like when Madrya first got, or was going to get his gork. I guess the body remembers how, kinda like riding a bike. I was staring at my hand with arcs of electricity flying across my fingertips. Now how am I gonna get stronger than the original Denki? I thought of a few other anime, or manga I read before that featured characters that controlled electricity to think of a few ideas. Well, before I do any of the big moves and I short circuit while becoming dumber, let's start with control. I think for a bit before going to my desk and unplugging my lamp. Holding the prongs in my hand, I start putting power through to see how I'm starting. The bulb instantly exploded, sending glass everywhere. I should have expected that. I sigh as I pick up all the broken bits of glass I can see and brush the rest into the garbage. I take out the rest of the bulb still screwed in and toss that as well, while thinking of any better way to do this. As I screw in a new light bulb, a metaphorical one goes off in my head. I rush back to the kitchen and find an electronic hot plate. This way all the excess power radiates heat safer. I think. I went to work on controlling the power I was using. The more I practiced, the more I started to respect Denki for not giving up in the show. This quirk is impossible to control. If what I'm thinking is right, all the energy comes from the nervous system, so essentially it's all neurons that are causing the electricity. The big question is if it all comes from the brain or if each nerve cell is used for this process. It's starting to get late, so I need to make something to eat. I look over at the burner, still tinged red. All I could do in my training was give so little it did nothing, or too much, causing the hot plate to overheat. A few times I saw sparks go in between burner coils. I should pick up another fire extinguisher. Why did I have the first one? I didn't know, it was already here when I stole Anki's body. I decided to make myself dinner and use the hot plate to continue the training. I finish up with dinner, ate it, clean all dishes and silverware, before putting them on a dryer rack. Well, now what? Even if I can get more precise control of the amount of power I'm using, what moves will open up if I can vary the amount of power I'm outputting? I headed back to my room, got dressed in just some briefs, and lie down on my bed. Well, one character I can think about that uses electricity would be Lee, and darker than black. Which reminds me why Denki's electricity hurt people, but Lee's kills people. Well, it's not like I want to kill anyone, so I don't mind that much. I decided to go back to my desk and start adding ideas for a costume, and gadgets to help on a hero's journey until I nodded off to sleep. I opened my eyes to see a visage of my old self. I looked down to see, and I was still in Denki's body. I looked back up to see that my other self was getting closer to me. Are you me? Are you okay? I slowly ask, unsure of where I even am. He stops and a smile slowly takes shape on his face. Who are you? He asks. If you don't even know who you are, what makes you think you can find time for others? Well, I guess that's what a hero truly needs above all else. With his smile never fading, he slowly disappears before my eyes. I awoke with a start as my notebook fell to the floor. Ugh, was that a dream? A message? Did it have some profound meaning? Why did it feel like I was both Denki and myself? All these questions rush through my head as another smaller headache takes hold. Okay, I already have training to do, and can't lose focus. I only have summer to get the majority of my training done. With that, I change into some different clothes and go back to my hot plate in the kitchen. Making breakfast with it while controlling the power. While eating, I was looking up some information on electricity. I know about as much as the next guy, okay, maybe a bit more. But if this is my power, I need to know as much as possible. Electricity is essentially the movement of electrons from one atom to another. Amps is the amount used, volts are the force the electrons are moving, and watts are those two multiplied, essentially its amount/speed/interval, and power combined to show the total work it can do. Amps also are the reason what makes electricity dangerous. Low amounts are fine, but the higher you go the worse it gets. It seems that Denki's electricity is stuck in between 25 to around 70 milliamperes. For it to act like a tasered Anki used around this much with high voltage to deal the max amount of pain to make enemies pass out from it, while losing control of their muscles. Add it to the list of other things I need to do. I need to work on multiple things at once, and maximize efficiency. Maybe while doing muscle training I can also work on electrical control. That could work, but what would I be using the electricity on? Then thoughts of Madraya's full cowling came to mind. Wait, maybe I can just learn to keep it around my body. It may be good for me to get used to using electricity on myself. With that in mind, now I need to find a place to work out while using my quirk. Anything I touch will also have current running through it. Well, stamina is probably a good idea to get the most since I can compensate for strength with my quirk, shocking everything I touch. However, if I run out of juice, no amount of muscle strength will save me, so run training it is. I make my decision, and get into some exercise clothing. Leaving the apartment, I lock the door and head to the park. At the park I find a secluded area, and start jogging. While doing that I start arcing electricity around my hands, and start moving that feeling up my arms. The more area I cover, the more the electricity wants to arc to anything else. I have to keep it under control. While lost in my thoughts, I take notice of a green-haired boy carrying something while running in a tracksuit. It couldn't be, but if it is, should I go talk to him? That could change the timeline, and make things much more difficult down the line. However, I could help him understand his quirk better, and make him stronger. While thinking about the space-time continuum, my train of thought breaks with a hello? Looking at where the voice was coming from, I noticed while thinking of what to do my pace quickened, and now I'm right by who I thought it was. Madraya was looking at me while still jogging with what looked to be a computer from the early 2000s. Okay, play this cool, he doesn't know I know. Just make up a friendly conversation. Oh hello, sorry I was kinda off in my own world. I say with a twinge of sadness, thinking about the truth behind that statement. Oh I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your concentration. He says, shaking his head at an incredible speed. No, it's fine, don't even worry about it. I could use a friend to take my mind off of things. What are you running with that thing for anyway? I'm cleaning the beach for TR training. He seemed to be surprised at what I said, with either me calling him a friend, or taking interest in him. Oh, I'm training too, not as much strength training as that, but I'm working on endurance. I say as I notice I'm not really tired at all. I mean, I feel like I could jog like this indefinitely. I was never athletic before, but maybe in this universe everyone is just built tougher. While thinking about that, I noticed Madraya started talking to me again. Are you okay? He says, looking at me wearily. Are you? I say, looking back at him with a small smirk on my face. What do you mean by that? He says, looking away. Well, in my experience everyone is a little bit unwell. Why do you care about mine above your own? Just as I said that, I had a sense of déjà vu. He speaks back with a much firmer voice. Because a hero always puts others before himself. That's what makes a hero great. I took a step back at that. I knew I heard that before. Was that what the other me was talking about? Putting myself before others? Becoming a hero and using my knowledge of the future to help all of Class 1A? Make them become better heroes to save more people? If that is true, how do I go about it? Having insight into someone else's quirk as soon as I meet them will out me, for knowing things I shouldn't. Shaking my thoughts away, I look back to Madraya. Then I know you'll make a great hero soon. He gains a stupid grin while looking down. Thank you. He says under his breath, wetness in his eyes. What school are you enrolling in? I say, trying to change the subject. I'm going to learn in the best hero school around. He says, full of vigor. Man, this kid's emotions are everywhere. Well, what kind of quirk do you have? He stops with his eyes darting around everywhere, yet somehow never looking at me. He stammers, thinking of what to say. Before he can find his words, I cut him off. It's okay, don't want to give away what your quirk is to any competition. He looks at me with surprise, but also a little guilt. We've known each other for less than an hour and you feel guilty about lying to me. All Might really made the right choice for his protege. This kid's heart gives gold a run for its money. Well, since you're so smart, can you give me some tips on how to use mine? With this I can give him the idea of spreading the power over his entire body early. He looks back at me quizzingly, while I activate my electricity, and it arcs around my fingertips. Now I won't tell you exactly what my quirk is, because I don't want to give you too much of an advantage on our test, but what do you think? He was first shocked at me revealing I was applying in the same place, then started to mumble to himself. I couldn't quite make out all he was saying, but I'm glad we were able to take our minds off of our troubles, if not for a moment. Madrya breaks out of his thought process looking back at me. His face turns into one of worry then determination. It looks like your quirk is making electricity. If you can't control where it goes, then you have to touch the person you want to shock them, or risk shocking everything around you indiscriminately. Correct my green-haired friend. I say with a big smile on my face. However, you may want to stand back for this. We both stop, and I move away from him while he puts his computer down. Now it is true that I can release all of the charge I have in one go, but I say while arcing electricity in my fingertips as it slowly goes up the rest of my arm. I'm learning control over it so I can use electricity all over my body. The sparks start fizzling out. It's hard to have the power output the way I want it, while moving it all over my body. But that is the fun of quirk, seeing how far you can push it to its limits. I say with a grin, happy of my hard work paying off. Madrya stares at me with an expression of wonder, and awe at the idea of using quirks in ways he didn't think of. He starts mumbling about the balance of power to keep it around my body while not letting it get out of hand. I start to laugh and he looks at me with embarrassment. Never think you understand your quirk, the moment you do is when it stops surprising you with new ways to use it. After meeting with Madrya, I left him saying we'll meet again at or perhaps while training. I went home while training control over my whole body. I was getting better at it. I could get it on my arms and legs. Center of mass, and my head was the problem. I was mostly afraid of stopping my heart rather than it being hard to have electricity there, and when I was using it on my head sometimes my vision would be all bright. However, despite all of that, I was making steady progress in my training. A few days I could change the voltage I was using and keep it that way. It's a little like grip strength now that I have a feel for it. I could make the voltage on one part of my body lower or higher than another part as long as the current wasn't too close to each other like individual fingers, but the left and right hand could. Whenever I use electricity all around my body, my hair stands up and electrical arcs dance across every part of my body. I affectionately call this second gear. It boosts my speed of movement while also making nobody able to touch me. Best part about it is I look like a Super Saiyan when it's on. Back to a more serious topic, I'm finding out the limit to how much power I can use. My body is constantly making more of it even in the act of discharge, sort of like mana in RPGs. The original Denki either used so little it never was less than 90%, or used it all to 0% with no middle ground. So with second gear the amount that my body generates helps offset the drain, but it still runs my battery down. I can hold it for about an hour before feeling side effects of low charge. What do I mean? Well, original Denki just kept going to 0%, turning himself stupid, and unable to think of anything. With anything less than 30% charge I find myself acting a lot more rashly and without a filter. It's a lot like being tipsy, except without loss of motor control. The less charge I have, the less I can stop myself from losing control of my emotions. I nearly had a breakdown of crying when I got to 10%. After my emotions cleared up, I immediately added rechargeable batteries on the list of tools for my hero costume. Because as it turns out, I can charge myself on DC power. I never tried AC because I still want to live, at least at the moment. However, just like rechargeable batteries, the less power I have, the less I can charge myself with outside sources. Think of it like this. Charging myself with 50% charge is fast and effective. However, starting to charge at 20% and below, my body rejects it. Probably a safety for not electrocuting myself, but I don't know. In any case, over the summer I have gotten more skilled at controlling electricity, I have become more fit to increase my speed in second gear, and I have completed my idea for my hero costume, and tools. I'm still thinking of new ways to use electric moves, but I've been blocked from thinking of ideas. Hopefully Madrya has been thinking about my quirk in his pastime in ways I haven't thought. It's always to get a second opinion about things like these. There is no instruction manual. However, I think I am ready to go back to high school. Standing in front of the entrance of the school, I was amazed at how massive it was. I grew up in America with public schools, where you would be lucky to not have over 5 pieces of gum under the seat. This place is a freaking palace. I thought to myself until something hit me from behind. As I fell down, until for some reason I stopped. I looked around to see a young girl with a beaming smile looking at me, and someone else. I looked at the person who was mid-fall as well, only to recognize his signature green curly hair. The girl introduced herself. "It would have been bad luck to have you both fall down right before the exams," she said with one of the most sincere looking smiles I have seen since Madrya's. Speaking of him, I'm so sorry I wasn't low. He stops talking as soon as he realizes it was me he ran into. I give him a 2-fingered salute. Yo, then I turn back over to Uraraka. "Thanks for the help, my friend, and I are very nervous. Good thing we still have our luck thanks to you. My name is Denki Kaminari, by the way." I hold my hand out to give her a handshake and she responds in kind. We shake hands and I leave early to give those two some alone time for a proper hello. On my way inside I hear someone running behind me. Once they catch up to me they slow down to my pace. I look and see Madrya looking at me a bit flushed. "I left early so you two could talk." He jumped a little when I said that his face was getting even more flushed. "We did, and she's really nice, but she said she didn't want to be late." He finished a little dejectedly, looking down with his head hung low. "Well, don't worry about it too much, I'm sure you two will be best friends," I said, giving a little chuckle. Man, I almost forgot these are all kids experiencing relationships for the first time. Not like I can judge though, I have only had one serious girlfriend in the past. "Why, yeah, I hope so," he says with a small smirk. We continue to talk until we go to the writing exam, and I must say this is less of an exam, and more of a personality quiz, mixed with psychological screening. I mean, the rest of the questions were pretty basic math, basic laws, most of which I had to guess, but I always picked the answers that made the most logical sense. History is where I bombed. I mean, my soul either traveled to the future, or a different dimension. I think I did well enough on the writing portions, probably better than the original Denki did. After that first test I was herded to the same room as Madrya for the practical portion. I sat next to him and gave him a tap on the shoulder. He was surprised, yet happy to see me. We talked about the written test, and how well each of us thought we did. Until our conversation was interrupted with a welcome to today's live performance. "Everybody say hey." Madrya was geeking out at President Mick. I for one thought he was too loud, but when Madrya was being called out by Ida is when I stood up. "Whoa, calm down, my friend is just excited to see some of the faculty and how prestigious this school is. He is not trying to distract anyone as much as you calling him out on it." He falters with a look of surprise and shame of distracting from a lesson and sits down, as do I. Madrya looks at me with sparkling eyes. I see this poor kid has never had someone stand up for him. I swear I'm gonna take Bakugo down a peg or two. President Mick goes back to his speech to explain how to gain points, and the 0-point bot. After the meeting we all head to the test location. On our way Madrya was thanking me for about half of the way. Once it was all out of his system I pat him on the back, and say, "Really, it's not that big a deal, I just point out hypocrisy when I see it." That guy stopped the whole speech just to say you mumbling was disrupting. I shake my head. "Well, never mind about that, you can show him, and the rest of examinees that you have what it takes to win this, right?" I say with a smile. He sadly smiles, and looks down. "I'm not sure I can." I give him a light tap on his arm. Then what was all that training for? I worked hard every day, knowing if I didn't you would pass me in a heartbeat. Are you saying all my training was for naught? His head shoots up with surprise and worry as he yells. No, of course not. I'm sure your training will let you take first. Then you can't be far behind me. Be confident, do what a hero does, and trust in yourself, and your quirk. I say with a smile before heading off to the front of the group. I don't think second gear is required for this, try my hardest and help anyone in a tight spot. Shock the larger ones as just touching results in an instant kill. Find clusters and take them out one by one, don't want to blow my charge on being needlessly flashy. Precedent Mick shouts that it is time to start. I run in front of most of the group, some like Ida that come with mobility I can't outrun. The rest I guess never thought to work out, and train for this, just are relying on their quirks to pull them through. Probably why Mineta was able to get in. Moderate amount of stamina to keep running the whole test long will be a big boon. I go off on my own to be surrounded by one 3-pointer and two 2-pointers. I dodge the close together 2-pointer attacks and manage to touch both of them, sizzling their motherboards in under a second. I had to hide behind one of the 2-pointers' bodies to avoid a missile from the 3-pointer, but as it got closer I slid under it and grabbed one of its legs as I was done, and shocked it. I won't bore you with much more as they mostly win like that. The 1-pointers were even easier, like taking points from a baby. As I was finishing clearing out some 1-pointers I found a few other examinees fighting a 3-point bot. Looking at that I was tempted to steal it from under them, but I had a good amount of points stockpiled. I was looking around for any unoccupied bots ready to kill, but couldn't find any. In that case I might as well help out others on my way to the big show. I moved to the biggest district with the most people, and while fighting off the occasional 1-point bot, I was mostly waiting, and helping. Then I heard the loudest sound I have ever heard in my entire existence. Can't say life because I'm fairly certain this is my second. I shot my head towards the direction of the noise. Man, even though I knew what it was, it is a whole other thing seeing it in front of you. I immediately took off towards it with a grin plastered on my face. Half because I was about to see something awesome, and the other half even I didn't know. As I was running I looked ahead to see a certain green-haired hero staring at it. Then down at Uraraka. After that he took off faster than I thought he ever could without one for all. As soon as he jumped I could feel the wind pressure against my whole body, and my grin grew even wider. Go get him Izuku, I said under my breath. Smash! Man, that kid's got lungs, I thought as I ran to Uraraka and helped get some rubble off of her. She didn't even notice as her eyes were firmly glued to Midoriya with a slight blush. I grinned so hard my face started to hurt, but I didn't care. This was the start of the greatest hero, and I got front row seats. He screamed as he fell, and Uraraka was able to catch him, at the cost of losing her breakfast. I rubbed her back to help with what was happening. Thank you for saving my friend, I said in a lower tone, and a quivering voice. I was confused until I felt an itch around my eye. When I rubbed it I noticed tears. Oh, I'm crying. Why? On some level was I scared of losing my first friend since coming here? I didn't know, but I did know I had heartfelt gratitude for her helping. She just nodded as she was focused on herself, more than my tears of either sadness, or gratitude. Midoriya was weeping at losing his one chance of being a hero, just yelling. 1 point, just 1 point. While using his only unbroken appendage to move on the ground, until I stood in front of him. He looked up with tears in his eyes, to see mine. He was pleading at me to give him advice with his eyes. I looked back at him, kneeled down with sadness in my eyes. Seeing him in so much pain yet still trying his hardest. I gave the best smile I could with a tear running down my eye and said. You are a hero in the truest sense of the word. Then he passed out in front of me. After he was out the alarm went off to designate that the exam was over. By my estimation I got about 50 points from the bots, so hero points on top should push me to around 7th or 8th place. Plenty of points for 1A. I wiped one last tear, and took note I had most of my charge left, so this wasn't because my filter was weak. It hit too close to home for me to not at least shed some tears. At least I wasn't a blubbering mess. Everyone came up, and started asking questions about his quirk. Knowing I was his friend, they were trying to get insight on how he could be that powerful. I didn't say anything, and just sat next to my friend waiting for Recovery Girl. Until someone said something that caught my attention. "Are you okay?" I looked back at Uraraka, who was giving me a worried gaze similar to Midoriya. Man, those two aren't just perfect for each other. Yay, I was just worried about my friend getting permanently injured. I said, avoiding the topic of death before I started crying again. She shook her head. "I understood that, but do you not know?" she asked while pointing at me, or more specifically a piece of metal protruding out from my left shoulder blade. I yelped, looking at it. When did it even get there? Why didn't I notice it? Why doesn't it hurt? I slowly looked around, seeing Recovery Girl was taking care of Midoriya. Looking at that, I knew I was up next and wanted to test something. I pulled it out and felt it all throb now that it was gone. Uraraka gasped, and yelled that I was bleeding a lot. Recovery Girl hurried over and kissed my cheek. Soon after, the dull throb was gone and I felt tired. I felt my charge was still the same, so at least it didn't take any, or much of it. I thanked her for healing my friend, and she gave me some candy, told me to take better care of myself, and walked off. Reminds me of my own grand. No, stop thinking about that now, I can't cry much more today. Keeping my mind occupied, I decided to think about how I felt no pain. Was it adrenaline? The universe having different rules? How does that last one, Eve? Then it hit me. Pain is a response in the brain. From the nervous system to the brain, and even inside the brain are electrical signals. I think I turned off pain even through my nerves or directly in my head. If it is my head, then I might be able to. My thoughts were derailed with a clapping sound by my ear. I instinctively turned my head to see Uraraka looking back at me. "Are you okay?" she says with a serious expression. "Yay, I just figured something out about my quirk." She looks at all the people leaving the testing area, and Midoriya on a stretcher with a sad look in her eyes. "Do you want to give him some of your points?" I asked, knowing she would, and to be honest, if it was allowed, I would give him mine too. I want to go with her to give some of my points. If anyone deserves to be a hero, he is that person, and I want to let him know that I feel that way. She perked up and looked at me. "Do you think we can?" I looked back at her with a grin. I don't want to go to a hero school that doesn't have the most heroic person in it. She turns away blushing, probably replaying Midoriya rescuing her in her head. We head back to the campus, and find the teacher's room. When we were asked what we wanted, Uraraka spoke up, saying that Midoriya sacrificed time and his body to save her, and that she would like to give some of her points to compensate. Then they looked at me. My friend was, and always will be the most heroic person I know. He deserves to be in the best place for him to grow. Give him my points as well, he has done more than enough to deserve them. Everyone stared at me without making a sound for a few seconds. President Mick stood up, walked over to us, and placed a hand on each of our heads. He looked at both of us with a knowing smile. "Now unfortunately I can't do that, but rest assured, there will be no need to borrow points. Now go on, I'm sure you don't want to be late for dinner." Uraraka and I both smiled, and thanked him as we left. After saying goodbye to Uraraka, I head off home. Never thought I would be calling it that, but after spending months there, training there, sleeping there, crying there, it is a place that I can honestly call home. Walking in through the door to my room, I take off my clothes in exchange for some new ones, and sit on my bed. Well, if I am right about pain resistance being true, and I can stop pain with my quirk, I don't really want to test it. So let's think about something else. Is it possible to change things in my brain with my quirk? If so, how? Is it even safe? Well, no use just theory crafting. I have a week until my letter arrives. Let's start training. First step is to control my arms with just my quirk. It's a really weird feeling, let me tell you, but it is necessary to make sure I don't kill, or brain damage myself. By tomorrow night I could use my hand to play the guitar I had, and somehow knew how to play. I guess this body had that down so well I learned how to play normally, then transitioned into training nerve control. Which is a good name for it now that I think about it. Alright, if I'm correct then I should be able to see better in the dark. The testing I was doing was applying electricity to my eyes to hopefully get the effect that cats, or other certain animals have with light amplification in the eyes. If the electricity can help, this will be the first step to third gear. Since it was night already, I decided to test out my theory. Slowly and carefully sending a constant amount of electricity to one eye, because if this does fail I at least want one eye to see. I used my right eye as it was my non-dominant one. A small amount of current was pushed through and I was starting to see better actually. Then a sharp pain like I was being stabbed in my own retina. I turned off the electricity, closed both my eyes, and put my hand against the right one as if it would dull the pain. I don't get it? I should have pain resistance. I haven't tested it so I don't know if it's always on or not. If it is on and I'm still feeling this, I don't even want to imagine what it would normally feel like. After about 30 minutes of howling in pain, and yes I was getting close to calling 119, the pain was unbearable. I slowly opened my eyes to see that the room felt bright again. I got up to turn the lights back off, but realized they already were. But I'm not running electricity through my right eye anymore. If the room looks this bright, then what will I see if I turn the lights back on? Better wait until all the pain is gone before I check. After waiting another 30 minutes the pain was all gone and I summoned the courage to turn the lights back on. I felt like I was staring at the sun from a few feet away. I immediately closed my right eye, and it felt much better. Great, now I gotta live in darkness for the rest of my life. Should I wear an eye patch? No, just gotta get used to being in the light. I turned off the room lights, and made my way over to the lamp on my desk. After turning it on I looked away to a darker corner of the room. Getting used to that light level didn't take long. I kept having to look at brighter and brighter things for another 30 minutes. I was finally able to turn my room lights back on and not feel blinded. Taking a look down toward my phone to check the time, I noticed something in my reflection. I turned the selfie cam on and took note of my right eye changing color. This has 8th grader syndrome all over it. I sighed at my new red right eye. Perfect, I'm tempted to just make the left eye like that as well just so I don't look like an early life crisis, but that hurt way too much to do again. I sighed as I got dressed for bed. Turning off the lights to notice my vision was tuned to it, almost instantly attuned to it. Flipping the light back on no longer blinded me, at least no more than usual. I sighed in relief as I turned the lights back off, and went to bed. I woke up the next morning remembering what I did. Right, I've got a Sharingan now. I sighed as I got out of bed, and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. Staring at my red eye I was thinking of reasons this happened. Red eyes mostly occur from blood leaking into the iris, so best guess is, I broke some blood vessels while charging my optic nerve. If that is the case it seems like it was a small leak, and has now since healed. Does that mean this is permanent now? If that was the case I'm gonna have this red eye either till I die, or manage to get the blood removed, however that would be possible. I would never admit it, but some part of me did think the single red eye was cool. However this is the first, and last time I do this too. I shake my head, and decide to rest for today, and perhaps until the acceptance letter comes. A few days later the letter came in the mail. I opened it up, and a piece of equipment fell on the desk with a whack. I am a hologram. As upbeat as ever, even if he is dying. That thought made the smile on All Might's face feel even sadder. Greetings young man Kaminari. I am here as a hologram to inform you of your acceptance into the Academy. The faculty and I were very impressed by both your performance in the field, as well as your caring nature towards your friends. Only you and young Uraraka thought of sharing points to help another. Although young Madrya may not have gotten a single battle point, Those were not the only points given out. A hero school that does not reward those for heroism is no hero school at all. Young man Kaminari villain points 50 rescued points 14. Please join your friends and I at your hero academy. Even though I knew this was coming, it didn't make me any less happy, or proud in myself, and Midraya for all the hard work in getting here. As I shed a few tears, I made sure that the ones from my right eye were not blood or something like that. Okay, let's get some rest and have a great first day of class. I awoke to my alarm blaring at me. I was too excited to sleep correctly last night, but I'm still excited enough to get really quickly to make it to school on time. After getting dressed and having breakfast, I left the house. Making it to school after a short walk, I ran into Midraya looking lost as if not knowing where to go. Yo Midraya! I called out to him with a smile, and he turned to look at me, gaining a smile on his own face when he saw it was me. Kaminari. I ran up to him, and as we tried to find where our class was, we continued chatting. Thank you so much for all you've done for me. He yells in the hallway, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Don't worry about it too much, Midraya. I don't do, or say anything I don't believe in. You will be a great hero someday, I know that. I want to be a great hero too, but I don't want to be there alone. I said with slight sadness at the end. That's why I want to stand at the top with you. I know I've done a good job as long as you are in arm's reach. Before he can comment on either the sadness in my voice in the middle, my belief in him, or perhaps even my red eye, we make it to the classroom doors. I open the door to hear Bakugo and Ida bickering with each other. I push Midraya in the classroom, and he lets out a yelp in surprise. Everyone takes a quick glance at the new kid. Bakugo, and Ida especially. Ida hurriedly walks over to Midraya, and gives an apology for missing what was important in the exam. He then comes and talks to me when Yuraraka was talking to Midraya. You were also correct. I was wrong about your friend taking being a hero seriously, and I apologize. I pat him on the shoulder, and give him a reassuring smile. It's fine that mistakes happen, trying to make them better is the hard part. It's good that you take things seriously, but I think that if you have no room for you to relax, then you're going to burn yourself out, or worse, have it explode. I walk past him and head to an empty seat. Huh? Back seat next to the window. Isn't this the so-called protagonist window? As soon as I sit, I look at the seat next to me to find Yaozu reading a book. Noticing my gaze, she looks up from her book and matches mine. I give her a smile and introduce myself. Hi, my name is Danki Kaminari. She smiles, herself, and gives a polite nod. Hello Kaminari, my name is Momo Yaozu. Just as we were finishing up our introductions, a giant yellow caterpillar came crawling in the door. As he does, a man starts undoing the zipper on the yellow sleeping bag. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. You lot aren't very rational, are you? I am your homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa, pleased to meet you. Now change into your gym clothes, and head out to the grounds. Next thing, we head out to the grounds and Bakugo is first picked for softball throwing. Bakugo steps up to the circle with ball in hand, and proceeds to throw it with an explosion to increase the power. Die. This kid has problems. I shake my head while waiting for the ball to touch down. When it does, Aizawa shows the distance on his screen, 705.2 meters. Everyone starts acting giddy at how far they can use their quirks. But I know what's coming. Awesome, you say? You're hoping to become heroes in less than 3 years here, and you think it will all be fun and games? Right, the one with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged hopeless, and be expelled. Well, that sure killed a lot of excitement in the air. Looking around, about half the class was scared, 1/4 were excited, and the last 1/4 were terrified, Midraya being one of them. Where was I on this board? You don't need to know. Aizawa decided to have us run the 50-meter dash first. I was talking with Midraya to watch my dash because I wanted to show the fruits of my training. In reality, I wanted to show him something to help him grow faster. My name was called and I got up to the plates next to a floating pair of clothes. Hi, my name is Danki Kaminari, good luck on the tests. I say to where her face should be. Hi, my name's Haru Hagakure, thanks for not staring at my chest when talking to me. Wow, that kinda came out of left field. Although the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. I can understand why that could be off-putting part of always being invisible now that you mention it. Why not wear a hair ornament that catches the eye for people to look at? Because your shirt is the highest thing that people can see. Oh, maybe I should have just minded my own business on that. I started to blush in embarrassment. Sorry, that's none of my business, I'm just gonna run now. A few seconds of awkward silence later, Aizawa starts his countdown for us to run. I notice Midoriya staring intently at me, trying to see what I might do. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as he starts, so do I. Second gear. I screamed while my whole body started sparking, and my hair started to raise due to the static. I take off toward the finish line and make it in just over 4 seconds. As soon as I'm done, I notice everyone staring at me. I went over to Midoriya, whose jaw was hung open. See? I was finally able to coat my whole being in electricity to increase my speed. I'm finally able to move the power I need, to where it needs to go. I said with a big grin on my face. Midoriya was quiet for a few seconds to process the information that was running around his head. Probably remembering me mentioning that I had trouble controlling my power too. All he needs to do is remember this and copy it when he is ready. Hearing it was Midoriya's turn, next I pushed him towards the track to get ready for his race against Bakugo. Man, I wish I raced against him to rub it in his face that he is not the best at everything. While waiting for the countdown to happen, my thought process was interrupted by Momo Yaorazu. What exactly is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? I was a bit surprised she took the initiative to talk to me. I guess this girl can't deal with an unanswered question. I smirk and take notice of how most of my classmates were listening for an answer. Just then I heard a loud snap, or bang. Then wind pressure that could only come from one student. I turned around in shock only to see Midoriya limping towards me, with a grin on his face, seeing the surprise in mine. I never expected this. He finally hobbles over to me while others make way for him. I will overtake you and become a hero everybody can be proud of. My face slowly changed from shock to awe. Both me and Aizawa said this kid. Under our breaths. After Midoriya's declaration, I heard a scream coming from the track. Deku. You lying bastard. You better explain yourself, Deku. While he was running, I stood in front of his path just as Aizawa caught him with his carbon scarf. What the hell, why can't I move? And explode? That's because I erased it. Now be quiet, and leave Midoriya alone. I'm getting dry eye over here. Letting Bakugo out of his capture weapon, Aizawa starts putting drops in his eyes. Such a waste of time. Prepare for the next event. Once people start walking away, I see Bakugo glaring at Midoriya for a bit, then switch it to me at full force. Maybe he thinks I'm the reason for Midoriya's change, and I don't think he is entirely wrong. Still, Bakugo needs to learn he's not God's gift to this planet. We continued for the rest of the tests, and Midoriya did very well on the long jump, and ball toss with his new toe/finger breaking technique. Bakugo only had that one outburst the first time, the other times Midoriya used his quirk. Bakugo just glared even more fiercely at both of us for a while. Midoriya didn't seem to notice, considering he was on cloud 9 with taking a bit step forward in his quirk. After all the tests were said and done, many students held their breath for the bottom ranking score. Minoru Mineta was that rank. Oh come on, man. I did really well on some of these tests. While Mineta was freaking out, most others felt a sigh of relief. I honestly didn't know if Aizawa would expel him or not. I know he didn't do Midoriya because of that last stroke of genius, but... By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. Everyone froze with complex feelings on their faces, relief, anger, or just blankness. That last one was Midoriya's. Aizawa left telling us to get changed back to normal, before we should head back to the classroom. After that class the rest were so normal it was a bit of a blur. Except the class dictating law. That was a nightmare. Why does being a hero mean that I have to get a freaking law degree? Law is all about memorization. I've always been kinda bad at that, especially with boring topics. During the break in between classes, I just lay sprawled on my desk, letting my brain shut off for a bit. I almost just wanted to brain dead myself to get stuff over with. Man, that being an option is scary. Once school was over, I was walking with Madraya outside the school building. I'm very impressed, Madraya, unable to throttle the power, so you just turn it up to 100 on only one part of your body. Madraya blushed a bit at being complimented. Thanks, it was actually seeing you use your power all over your body that I thought I might be able to do in reverse. I grinned. I never had a younger sibling. Is this what it feels like? To want to protect your little brother, and help him with his problems? It's not bad. Just then Ida came out of nowhere to join our conversation. How are your fingers and toes? Both Madraya and I jumped from Ida appearing behind us. Ah. Oh, they are fine, thanks to recovery girl. They are just in braces since they haven't healed all the way. Ida nodded and started on about how we were fooled in class. I still find it difficult to believe that Hazel fooled us like that. I really believe that this is how the top are weeded out, however. Ida was starting to mumble like a certain green-haired boy I knew. I say, don't think about it too much. Goes to show even someone as serious as that likes to play pranks to get us to our full potential. Of course, I knew the truth that he would have gotten rid of anyone without potential, but I think Ada needs this lesson to be more relaxed. Perhaps you're correct, Kaminari. Ida says while nodding his head profoundly. Soon after, Uraraka shouted at us to wait for her. Hey guys, wait up. We obliged, and stopped to wait for her. I'm Okiko Uraraka, by the way. You're Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, and Midraya Mdiku, right? Why would you think my name is that? During the test Bakugo was calling you that. Midraya started waving his arms much like Ada normally does. Well, my name is actually Izuka. Kaken is just being a bully. I shake my head just hearing about this. I have half a mind to shock this kid with enough voltage to make him wet himself. No, that will just get you into hot water with the school. I have to make it look like a training accident. Kids with quirks make mistakes, right? Maybe take it a step further and collect his misdeeds, and send them to his mother to let her take care of him. Foo. Are you okay? I was broken out of my train of thought from Midraya looking at me with worry. Sorry, I was just thinking about what our next class may be about. Probably shouldn't put my ideas of putting this bully in his place as a first foot of really getting to know somebody. Well, we were all kinda wondering why one of your eyes was red now. Midraya looked at it with wonder and confusion, Ida nodding furiously, and Uraraka with a look of anticipation. I grinned, for as long as I remember I always got kicks of dangling an answer people want to know in front of them. Looks like old habits die hard. Well, I got it from my quirk, I said while chuckling. I could tell they all looked unsatisfied with that answer. What do you think of that? One question answered only to have a few more pop in its place. Finally Midraya asked the burning question. What exactly is your quirk? What do you guys think it is? Come on, try and guess from the things you've seen me do. Midraya started. I've seen electricity around you, but I've never seen you shock anything. Ida was up next. I saw him shock a few bots back in the entrance exam, as well as running faster than normal. Uraraka was the last I saw him not notice a piece of metal stuck in his back, then pulled it out without making any noise. Both the boys looked back at her, then to me to corroborate her story. I just smirked and nodded. I then finished by saying, and this eye was also given to me by my quirk. I'm focusing on other ideas, but they are gonna take a while to do safely. I say, thinking back to the now horrible in hindsight idea of electrifying my optic nerve. While shaking my head away from pain I had to endure, I look back to the rest of the group to have them all staring at me again. No doubt thinking, what kind of quirk gives you all these abilities, and why do you refuse to tell us? Well, I'm sure Midraya has a good idea of what my quirk is, I said, trying to get the attention back to our intrepid hero. Well, I thought it was electrical discharge, But now I'm not so sure. He says dejectedly, well, you are right about electricity, but that is as much as a hint I can give you all. A hero always has a card up his sleeve, right? They all ponder at what I told them, so before I left, since I was the closest, I left them a little advice. The reason why I can do these things is because I understand the physics of my quirk as best I can. The way you use your quirk can almost change what the quirk is. And with that I was off, letting them think about it. As I was walking away, I heard them theorycraft what my quirk was, and how it worked. Some were close, but nobody hit the proverbial hammer on the head. I went back home, made myself dinner with my signature hot plate. Still performing my training even though I can almost do this while sleeping. Honestly, I kept it going while reading on my phone. After that was done, I decided to focus back on my nerve control training. With equal parts controlling body parts with just my quirk, I was hoping to possibly break Hitoshi Shinso's brainwashing, and move my body without lag when I gain faster reaction time by overclocking my brain. The idea is both genius, and crazy. More on the crazy side if I'm being honest, but if I can pull it off, I may be fast enough to dodge bullets, see the flash, and use electricity to move my muscles instantly without waiting for the signal to go down from my brain. It will take a while to get it right, but it will be well worth the wait. Next is pain tolerance. I then smash my hand into a wall to get it to hurt, and feel a dull throb. As it turns out, I have pain resistance at all times. I can just make it stronger when I want, and it stacks with the pain reliever that is adrenaline. I just have to be careful I don't pull a Madrya and destroy my body beyond repair. After having trained for an hour, I went back into my room, and went to sleep thinking of the gadgets I'll get to use, and the new abilities I want to use. No way I'll try messing with my mind, until I can essentially control my body only with nerve control. While thinking of the future, I drifted off to sleep, only to be rudely awoken in a black void again. Looking around, all I could see was myself and black, telling me this was another dream. I waited for the other old me to show up, only to be met with a crying Denki looking down so I couldn't see his eyes, but I saw the tears, and heard whimpering. I slowly walked over to him as he kept weeping. He looked up at me with confusion, grief, and a little bit of anger in his eyes. Seeing him like this brought tears to my own eyes. We both knew each other's pain. We were one. I was dominate mostly because he didn't want to be. He was a child who didn't want to go on in this world without the only people he had. I was much like him, and he knew it. Why do we have to go through such things? He whimpers. I hug him and realize I was in my old body again when I did this. I don't know why bad things happen to good people. We lost everything that mattered. For what? Why? I don't know. Best I can say is to just remember all the happiness you had with them. But now that I know that pain, I never want to relive it again. Not even a little, not one thing. We have lost enough for both our lifetimes. Will you help me take care of our new family? He continues to cry while nodding his head in my chest. I slowly opened my eyes, as the alarm rang. Tears still in my eyes, sadness, and grief still rampant. However, just a sliver of happiness. Leaving my house, I felt more complete. Like a weight had been lessened. It was still there, just like the burden was being carried with someone else. I went to school to find that I was almost the last one to arrive. Sitting in my seat, I noticed Momoyasu giving me sidelong glances while holding an open book. I sighed. If I didn't know any better, I would think you were interested in me, I said with a grin. Momo gasped and almost jumped out of her chair to yell. Don't be preposterous, I'm only interested in your quirk. I chuckle. That's what I meant. What were you thinking? She makes a few inexplicable noises and squeaks, her face getting more red by the second, before sitting back down in her chair. Just then President Mick came in to teach us English. By far my easiest class. After coming here I became bilingual of sorts. So I could essentially not listen and focus on quirk training. The funny thing is, after this morning I felt like my quirk became much easier to use, maybe because I had some heart-to-heart with Denki, with us fully accepting of each other. I wouldn't have chosen anyone else to be partnered with now. My eyes water thinking about it. I think that was Denki crying of happiness. I wasn't sure, my heart swelled, and I didn't feel sad, so maybe they were happy tears of not being alone anymore. Oh great, that one's on me this time. I smiled at a tear rolled down my face that I wiped away. Being in the back, nobody noticed it, at least that is what I thought at the time. Not noticing a worried and curious gaze from my right. Once that class was over, it was lunchtime. I go over to the table that Madraya, Yoraraka, and Ida are sitting at. The food here is pretty good. I personally prefer my own, but it is good quality. Sitting at the table, I listen into the conversation they are having, me being content with just sitting by and listening to them, adding in a bit here and there. Finally, after that, it was time for hero classes. I am coming through the door like normal. All of the theatrics make me chuckle. I am sad that he is retiring, but just looking at him brings a smile to my face. Everyone gets excited to have a class taught by the myth himself, but I was just counting down the seconds he had left. Getting out of my train of thoughts, I listened back into the conversation. No time to dally. Today is battle training. And for that you need these costumes. All in accordance with the quirk registry and the forms you filled out before admission. So suit up and meet me at ground beta. Man, the dude can really belch it at all times, huh? I smile as I take my costume to the lockers. Mine was a pretty simple design. Clothes, black shirt, and pants, that can conduct or resist electricity depending on what I need. No hero can save others without touching them. I need to keep my second gear active while being able to hold someone. I have an array full of rechargeable batteries on the back of my belt to keep my energy up mid-combat, while being able to charge when not in battle. The shirt and pants are made with a special weave to keep me cool when I start to overheat. I have a gun belt with a modified revolver to shoot taser darts with electricity supplied by me as I hold the gun itself. The electricity also helps the gun shoot like a rail cannon to increase the speed the darts fire at, and a police retractable baton. The costume also consists of black trench coat with the same electric properties as the rest of the clothes. It was inspired by darker than black, it is fireproof, and resistant to punctures. Also comes with the same grapples as I did in the anime. Except I added an attachment to climb windows and the tops of buildings. I also have a nose and mouth gas mask to keep from breathing debris or harmful quirks. As well as goggles, these are actually normal. Just keep dust and water out, better to have and not need, rather than need and not have. Finally, a radio just like the original Denki. After getting dressed, I started heading out to realize I was first. I guess my costume was quick and easy to put on. Standing in front of me is All Might, flashing his big toothy grin. He is surprised to see me so quickly, then looks me up and down. Nice costume, young man. Dark and stylish. What was your inspiration? I don't know if he is sincerely interested, or afraid one of Madraya's friends is gonna take a turn for villainy. It is mostly based off of the pro-hero snipe. Except with the western motif I went more urban and modern. No way I'm gonna tell him most of the design was from an anime assassin. Ha ha ha. I'm sure Snipe will be proud to be an inspiration to you. I smiled partly because I did like Snipe, but also because I think All Might bought my half-lie. Soon after, other students started walking out of their respective locker rooms. Noticing me, Ida and Yuraraka walk over and talk about both their costumes' looks, as well as asking questions about mine works. Kaminari, are you sure you do not have too many gadgets? Ida says while seemingly counting each one I have. Yay, and you won't explain what each of them do. I grinned, well, I can't give anything away if I'm fighting against either of you. They both stopped and looked at each other. It is unfair that we have described what our suits do without you doing the same. Yay, it's not fair that you already have a leg up on us with your unknown quirk, and now you have tools you won't tell us about. I put my hands up in surrender. I never asked for the info, you two just gave it to me. I said with a smirk, as they both looked away in embarrassment and indignation. However, since we are friends, I will tell you about one of my tools. They both looked at one gadget that held their interest as I took off my goggles. These help keep dust, debris, and anything else from getting into my eyes. I said with a bright smile as they looked back at me with a deadpan expression. I started laughing and told them that I will reveal one gadget each after the class is over. That is when Madraya came out with his bunny-eared costume looking at all of us before his eyes fell on me. "Well, what do all these do?" he says, pointing at my reel of wire hidden in my jacket. "Good, I'm Ido, you can call me Deku now." He cuts me off. I was stunned for a second. "Are you sure?" "Yay, that is gonna be me from now on. Someone who always does his best." Seeing him smile like that, I couldn't turn him down, but as I was about to speak, All Might cut us off with the rules of the game. I sort of tuned him out, no offense, but I have already seen this before. So I will just skip to the matchings. Everybody got the same pairings that were on the show. The only problem was the show did a bad job saying who was fighting who outside Deku and Bakugo. Before Deku was off with Uraraka, I pulled him aside to give him a pep talk. "Deku, Bakugo is a bully, and the only surefire way to stop one is to be the stronger person. He has a superiority complex backed up with narcissism. Unfortunately, I'm fairly certain you were feeding into that." He looks away in shame. It's fine, it's time to wake him up, and remind him the world does not revolve around him, and that he has to work for being number 2 hero right behind you, Mr. Number 1. He looks surprised at me as I give him a reassuring pat on his back to push him toward Uraraka. "You can do it, Deku." As Deku and Uraraka were planning, I was heading back toward the viewing room. On my way back, I ran into Momoyasu in the hall reading a book while leaning against a wall. Walking past her, I hear her say something. "What do you want?" I stop and turn around to look at her. "I'm sorry?" She flips a page and repeats the question. "What do you want?" "I heard your question, I just don't understand what you mean by it." She closes her book, stands up straight, and puts the book back on her belt. "Everyone here is trying their hardest to become the best hero, yet you push one student to become number 1 while you would be much lower. I don't like questions that don't have answers, and that is all you are. One big enigma. Mysterious quirk, tools, motive, even one of your eyes changed color. Dang, I almost forgot about that." I grinned at her while starting to snicker. "Well, sorry to say, but I won't just be revealing my secrets with just any person in our hallway. Should I give her something to egg her on?" "Yes, she is too fun to tease." I turned my back to her, and started to walk away toward the viewing room while waving goodbye while saying I'm just a lost kid doing his best for the people that matter. Not waiting for a reaction, I make it back to the viewing room to take a look at how far they've gone. Only to listen in on Deku screaming. Only my real friends can call me the name. Friends who believe in me, and help me believe in myself. "I'm not scared of you anymore. I will show you that I will become the number 1 hero and make everyone proud. I'm the Deku who always does his best." "Man, kid, you really already made me proud," I thought with a big grin on my face that I just couldn't seem to scrape off. I watched Deku fight with Bakugo, and I must say, he has a lot of guts to fight toe-to-toe with essentially no quirk. I watched the fight continue until the run and hide phase. Should probably talk to my teammate before this starts to at least formulate a plan, and I can understand her quirk better. I look around to find Kyokijiro looking at the screen with Uraraka laughing at Hida's villain interpretation. I even let out a chuckle as well. Hearing that, Jiro looks over to me and introduces herself. "Hello, I am Kyokijiro. Nice to meet you. I'm Denki Kaminari." I look slightly behind her to see Momo a few feet away, so I continue. "Ask me anything, I'm an open book." Momo immediately starts coughing on nothing of the ludicrousness of that statement. Jiro looks behind her to see the ruckus, but loses interest. "So Kaminari, what are all of your gadgets for? Anything I may need?" She waits for me to continue only to realize I was done. "Open book, huh? Well, some kids drew in me, so some of the text is crayoned out." I say, overly apologetic. "You sure they didn't draw in your brain?" I start laughing. I do like people with quick, sharp tongues. Don't take that out of context. But in all seriousness, I don't want to give away my secrets to anyone who might be listening. I say as my gaze wanders over to Momo, who promptly turned away with red ears. So let's talk quirks, what can yours do? When Jiro was about to say something snarky, I could tell from the look in her eye, the whole building shook. Oh boy! I said under my breath as everyone's attention was directed on screen. The image of Bakugo standing over Deku sent lighting down my spine. Literally, I was almost in second gear on instinct. I had to look away to keep myself calm. Deku will be okay, Deku will be okay. Repeating the mantra in my head to stop from running outside to zap Bakugo right now. Young Bakugo, if you use that move again your team will be disqualified. Even villains don't destroy their strongholds. After hearing this, Bakugo decided to charge at Deku. When in range, Deku tried to punch him, only for Bakugo to release an explosion sending himself upwards and behind Deku. Then released another explosion to counter the momentum while simultaneously hitting Deku with another explosion. After that he threw a right hook, followed by a grab, and threw Deku on the floor on his back while yelling, "You are a pebble on my path." Just then I heard a beep. I looked around only to notice it was coming from me. I checked under my coat to find my rechargeable batteries were being overcharged, and as a warning, beeping at me to stop funneling power into them. Trying my best to calm down, it seems that emotions can easily influence the amount of power I generate, and if left uncontrolled will shock anyone around. When I looked back to the screen to pay attention, I heard Deku make another statement. "I always was jealous of how great you were, so I followed you just to see what my life would have been if I had your quirk. I wanted to be a hero so bad that I let you do whatever you wanted to me just to catch a glimpse at the world I would never be a part of. But now it's different. I can finally be a hero. And because of that I don't need to follow you anymore. Now I will take my own path. A path to beat you and catch up with Kaminari. To live up to the expectations my friends have for me." After that speech, half the class was still looking at the screen while the others were staring at me. I was too engrossed to notice, however. I just had a big smile while mumbling my thoughts out loud. "You idiot." After that, Deku was able to blast a hole all the way through the building to help Uraraka in securing the weapon. All happening in a matter of seconds. The whole room was quiet for an equal length of time. All Might slowly hit the button to talk again. Hero team wins. I started laughing uncontrollably, and the rest of the class started staring at me, but I didn't care. "Deku really means you can do it, huh?" I said in between giggles. I was really proud of him. Even if this is the same way he won, he said things differently. Maybe he will grow faster than I can imagine at this point. I should hurry and continue training so he doesn't get ahead so easily. While I was in my own world, everyone from the exercise came in, except Deku, of course. When they did, All Might started his lesson. I would say Ida was the VIP. Does anyone have any idea as to why? That is when Momo stepped out from around me and gave a detailed analysis. Man, seeing it in person is a sight to behold. She really is a genius. If I didn't already know the answers, I might have gotten thrown off, and I'm older than her. Dang geniuses. After she was done, she looked back at me with a showing off kind of demeanor. Just to tease her, I gave her an it was adequate hand gesture. Her face turned sour, and opened her mouth to say something that probably made me describe what she missed. All Might said it was a good summation, and she sighed and added, "We've got to start at the bottom, and work our way up. If we never tell each other what we did wrong, we will never be top heroes." I nodded to that statement as it was true. How can you learn if you never know what you did wrong? Bakugo was still in his "am I really not the center of the universe?" state. Man, this kid has problems. I went back over to Jiro and waited for our turn to attack Momo and Mineta. When it was our turn, we were given a few minutes to talk about our quirks and make up a strategy. Are you gonna tell me now what all that stuff is for? I looked around to make sure nobody was listening in. When I did that, she just sighed. Do you really have to be that cautious? When you're a pro, villains will know what you do. You do know that, right? Well, they will know what I show them. The less I show at all times, the stronger I will be in the future. When I said that, she was gonna say something back, but just shook her head. My quirk is earphone jack. It allows me to listen in structures to locate people inside, as well as plug into my costume to amplify sounds. I nodded like I was hearing this for the first time. Then she continued. I should be able to easily locate where they are, and wherever they are, the bomb probably is. The more time we take, the more Yaozu has time to set up. I say I locate them, and then both charge in that direction to take the least amount of time. They should be less able at direct combat than we are. After she was done, she waited for me to agree so we could get started. What I said shook her for a second. Well, I don't have to go in through the building. If you can tell me the floor, I can make it there. In a few seconds. I just need you to vibrate the building or make a lot of noise so they don't hear me. I can finish this in less than 10 seconds. After I was done telling her my plan, she was first shocked, then she began to process it, and then she started nodding. If you can't do it, and get captured, I'll blame the loss on you. I smiled. Of course, let me never hear the end of it. Once our plan was set, we stood outside the building. Just communicate where it is on the radio, and make enough noise to break all the windows. I tapped my headset. Jiro's right eyebrow went up with a small smile. So that is a radio, huh? Dang, I just gave that away, didn't I? She smiled and shook her head. Just after that, All Might came through the intercom. The battle will commence in 3, 2, 1. Go. The second All Might gave the all clear, Jiro stuck her jack in the wall. Waited a few seconds, then pointed upwards. They are both on the 3rd floor east side of the building. I immediately ran outside, ran over to the east side, and I touched the wall. Am I underneath it? I asked through the radio. Yay, should I make some noise? I smiled enough to break the windows. Just then I heard a loud thumping sound. As I did, I could also hear the sound of glass shattering. I put my goggles and mask on. No telling what Momo may pull to see me going all out. I threw my grappling hook on the 3rd floor window, and pulled myself up at amazing speed. When I got to the window, I saw poor Momo trying to put traps, and barricade the door. Through all this while, Mineta was just staring at her chest. Disgusting pervert! I saw the rocket that was a few feet from the windows. While all the noise from Jiro was still happening, they couldn't hear me stepping on broken glass behind them, casually walking to the bomb. Once I made it, I just leaned my body against it while staring at the dynamic duo. Just as I did, I heard the intercom go off again. Hero team wins. Both Momo and Mineta were stunned. Nobody came in through the door, so how could the heroes get to the bomb? They both hurriedly looked back towards the bomb to see me leaning against it. They were both stunned. I could see Momo slowly working it out in hindsight, while Mineta was even more confused. I slowly got up and started walking back towards the window, and laid my hook on it again. Just before I jumped, I took a glance behind me, and left with some parting words. A little tip. The less people know about you, the less they know what you can do. I smiled, then jumped off. I met up with Jiro on our way back to the viewing room. She had a slight smile I assume was derived from respect for me keeping my word. Well, good news for me. I won't have this loss on my back forever. She giggled. Yes, it would have bothered me to have to remind you every day, so we can both be thankful for that. Dang, this girl always has something snarky to say. Where does she think of all this so quickly? We made it back to the viewing room first. While waiting for Momo and Mineta, most of the class jumped at me asking many questions. Luckily there were few cameras on the outside of the building, so they couldn't get a good look at what I did. How did you get to the 3rd floor? What is your quirk? And a few others. However, those two stood out the most. Wait, I'm gonna tell you how I got up as soon as everyone is here. Minnie waited eagerly for Momo and Mineta to come back. When they did, Minnie expected me to start. Well, Deku isn't here, so. They all groaned. Kaminari, I believe it would be best to explain, so we can move on with class as soon as possible. I chuckled, serious as always. I see. Huh, Ida? Okay, I have a grappling system in my trench coat. I swung my arm to let the wire fly out of my sleeve. As it caught Deku's bag on the floor, I brought it over to me. And I will take care of this since Deku is in the medical bay. All Might was the first to break the silence. That is very good, young man. Many heroes rely on gadgets to be effective in battle. Remember, young heroes, it is always good to think about what may help you control or use your quirk in a no way. But that doesn't help him with his quirk. Kirishima said, looking confused. Well, I wouldn't want to be touching that wire when he is in his second gear, as he calls it. Ha ha. That is when it clicked in most people's heads. The others already thought about it like that. Then everyone turned to look at me with a multitude of emotions. Fear, intrigue, amazement, rivalry, and anger. That last one was Bakugo, of course. Some guy with a quirk you don't know exactly how it works. Becomes friends with your quirkless punching bag the same time he gains a quirk. It is suspicious. After our evaluation, there was only one group left for the exercise. While they were going at it, I was just resting. I didn't use any battery power for the exercise, but I charged all the batteries while waiting. So now I am trying to increase the amount of electricity I can hold by charging myself while at full power. My body had a few arcs going across it while doing this, so students knew they would be shocked if they touched me. While thinking of how slow this process was, I heard someone call my name. Kaminari, what are you doing? Not really paying attention, as I was trying to test if I could permanently increase my battery, or if it was just a temporary boost. Testing to see how much charge I can hold. Realizing my mistake, I quickly opened my eyes to see Jiro with a small smirk, noticing what I said without thinking. Hey, what exactly is your quirk? She said, poking fun that I may just admit what it is without thinking again. Ha, nice try, but no, I said, shaking my head, cursing my own stupidity. Well, you can't hate a girl for trying. I just scoff at that statement and get back to testing. Unaware that Momo was also listening in, and mentally taking notes. After that last battle was done, and All Might gave us some parting words before he left to see Deku. I was changing in the corner of the room to try and not show off any of my stuff. As I was putting my own clothes back on, I noticed something. I think I'm more in shape than the original Denki was. Makes sense, as he just sorta let out a bomb of electricity and that was it. Well, not that it matters now, since I actually have tools to help with medium to long distance problems. I left early, waiting at the entrance for Deku to come out, so I can give him his school bag. I was on my phone learning more about neurons, and how the brain works to get a better understanding of what I'm trying to do. I was a little too focused that I didn't notice Deku catching up to Bakugo. That is, until Bakugo started screaming. That icy bastard. How do I measure up to him? And that lightning bastard? What even is he? That ponytail girl said it all. And now you. From here on I'm gonna beat you all. After screaming his heart out, he was much more quiet. Enjoy your win. It'll never happen again. After All Might went to talk to Bakugo, I came up behind Madara, and gave him his bag. He was surprised to see me. Let's hope he learns to be a bit more humble, and understand that if you don't work for something, then people you look down on will surpass you. He looked with a hopeful expression towards Bakugo. Man, even after all his bullying, he still wants the best for him. I guess this just shows I'm not deserving of one for all. I ruffled his hair and walked to my house alone. That night I decided to take a step forward in my nerve control. I took a stroll in the park with just nerve control. After about an hour I can walk perfectly. My battery consumption was minimal in comparison to second gear in its high form. What I mean by that, is that it takes a minimum amount of electricity to go second gear, but I can amp it up, and give it more juice. However, that consumes battery faster than normal. Second gear can last for about an hour to 1.5 hours. Amping it can make it only last for a minute or two before psychological side effects happen, such as what I talked about before, going too low battery. The whole time I use that speed my brain can't really keep up, so I'm essentially wasting battery while my whole body is overheating from the energy release. Anyway, back to nerve control. I can keep it up for hours a day, Or possibly the full day if I want, however this has never been tested. I should test it tomorrow, go the whole day on nerve control. I already have enough experience feeling electricity in my nerves, but this will just prove to myself that I am ready for third gear. I ran back home to test how well I could do that on nerve control. While thinking of the brain, every area is specialized, however I can't just be accelerating one portion above others or I will just be locked in my head. Say I speed up my frontal lobe. With thoughts happening so fast the rest of the brain can't keep up, so I would be unable to move. At best this could be a thinking move done outside of combat, at worst I could develop locked-in syndrome. Look it up, it's terrifying. Once in my room I lay in my bed thinking of all I have to do tomorrow until I drift off. I woke back up in the morning, and made breakfast. Which as it happens is very difficult to do when I'm controlling electricity both in my nerves, and sending it to my hot plate. I was able to pull through, and left my house using only nerve control. It seems that it is internal enough that I won't shock people or things I come in contact with, so that's good. I make it to the school only to be bombarded with questions. Right, today is that day. I groan internally as I push reporters out of my way. Getting past most of them, they bugged me enough to where I almost hoped I would shock anyone I touched, but that only happens in second gear. Finally making it inside, I waited for class to start. Sitting down I took a look out of the window at the copious amount of reporters. I had a scowl on my face. Making a dime off of ruining people's privacy. Almost as bad as lawyers in my opinion. I just rested my body on my desk for a second. Nerve control doesn't take too much power, but it is something I have to be constantly monitoring, so for one I'm actively using it, and not just moving normally on instinct. And two, it all has to be planned. Ever try to think of breathing, and take manual control? It's kinda like that. Hearing someone coming up to my seat, I took a quick peek with my right eye while turning my head a little. I see Dick could jump a little out of fear, or surprise. But he gathered courage to talk. Are you okay? You normally aren't sleeping at your desk. I closed my eye as I thought it was making him uncomfortable. Yay, it's just my training is mentally taxing. Trying to be vague yet let him know I am fine. A multitude of emotions were flying through Madraya's head, however one stood out on top: confusion. Why does he keep training so hard? What are the limits of his work? What training is he doing? I could feel the questions radiating off of him. Then Azawel came into the class to start his lesson, causing Deku to take his seat. Today we will be picking a class president. The whole class cheered at the idea of being the one in power. Until Ida educated them on the position. No way I wanted to be class president. I'm not a leader, nor do I have time to be working with documents, and talking to the teachers about school projects. After the class decided to put it to a vote, something changed. Momo had 3 votes, while Madraya had 2. Guess I know who the original Denki voted for, huh? After Momo had been deemed class president and Madraya was vice president, it was soon time for lunch. I knew what was going to happen, so I sat in the back corner farthest away from an exit to keep space when people lost their minds. I was by myself as Madraya, Ida, and Uraraka were eating in our usual spot. I just waited for chaos. Until I heard someone sit down across from me. It was Momo, eating with elegance like she was at a 5-star restaurant. I was confused. Is this where she normally sat? Why are you eating here? She asked me without looking up from her food. Why are you? I asked her back. However, it didn't seem to faze her at all. This is where I normally sit for lunch. You normally sit with your close friends. She then looks up from her food to stare at me, waiting for an answer. I thought of the first thing that came to my mind. I wanted to congratulate you on being class president. You are lying. She without hesitation shot down my statement as a lie. What would make you think that? I say, trying to keep up my poker face. The look on your face when I sat down was surprise. You didn't know I sat here yet came here with the expressed purpose of talking to me? I don't think so. She had a small smirk, knowing she caught me in my lies. Dang, I was right. It was at that moment the alarm started to go off. Oh brother, I just hope she doesn't connect the dots on this is the reason why I'm sitting here. Momo immediately got up to join the rest of the students for evacuation, but not before looking back at me. Well, what now? Trying to control my body through all that mess is something I don't want to do. But if I stay, it'll show that I already knew that this is fake. While thinking of what to do, Momo grabbed my arm to get me to evacuate with everyone else. Let us go, Kaminari, we must escape from anything that may try to hurt us. Through all that? I pointed towards the other students packed up closer than sardines. We can't brute force our way through, and I heard this was a drill in the first place. I'm not getting mosh pitted and my food getting cold so the teachers can prove that mass hysteria makes people dumb. I try to say enough excuses to stop Momo from pulling me further than I want to go. She stops and looks at me, then back at the rest of the students in panic. I believe due to me being credible she takes what I say seriously. I may have secrets, but what I do say about things has been true many times. She grips on my sleeve tighter while looking me in the eyes for any deception. Then we hear Ida yelling at the top of his voice. Everything is fine. This is just the press. We have nothing to worry about. We are students of the most prestigious hero school. Let us behave in accordance with that. Everything goes quiet, and I look at the girl still holding on to my sleeve. Her grip softens and then hardens even further. Why didn't you inform us about this? Oh boy, I should learn to keep my mouth shut. Now she is really angry at me. Gotta try and calm her down before she says too much to the wrong person, and let this incident blow over. It wasn't my place to say. If the teachers wanted to teach us a lesson, who am I to try and stop them from doing it? That's like giving people an answer sheet right before a test they are taking. Hopefully this can bluff her off. I don't have too much confidence in lying, but it's too late to go back now. She again looks into my eyes to see any deception. Come on, buy it, and go away, your curiosity is dangerous. She lets go and sighs. I suppose you have a point, if it is for the sake of learning I will let this go. Finally we go back to class to have events play very close to the show. Except Momo feeling bad she was about to get right on that train with everyone else lets Ida become class president. Madrya steps down as vice president to let Momo take it, as at least she wasn't in the mosh pit. She sends me a small sad look. Does she think that I deserve the position more than her? I knew it was happening and did nothing, or actually tried to gain from it for myself. I don't want or deserve the position. I give her a reassuring smile and a thumbs up to show she should take it. She just gains a small smile and nods. Soon after the class was celebrating the new class president, and giving their own personal stories of what happened. I just sat looking at the gate, my heart rate increasing. Seeing it live really makes you worried if you try to touch him. I got chills and rested my head on my desk again. Unaware of the conversation at the front of the class between Momo and Aizawa. Still, I cannot believe you let reporters in on purpose to teach us to be more calm under pressure. Azu, this school would never do something like that. We hate reporters, and the chances of many students who are not taking the hero course that could be injured. Who gave you that inclination? The next day rolled around, and I was happy I no longer had to move with just nerve control for day to day anymore. Maybe to practice again, but that was a mistake. I went to school feeling much more energized. Sitting down in my seat I was reading more about brains from medical websites. I'm gonna have to buy a medical textbook on the subject if I want to learn more. Out of the corner of my eye I saw somebody standing behind me looking at my phone. Can I help you? I say without taking my eyes off of my phone. They got startled and quickly took the seat next to mine. Momo. Of course I sighed and looked over at her. Her face was slightly red from embarrassment of being caught looking at someone else's phone. I didn't even know what to say to her. She is becoming fully invested in knowing about me. Should I tell her enough to get her off my back? No, I still have Denki's memories blocked out for his own sake if his consciousness is still in here. I just realized I don't even know what to tell someone if they ask about my family. I never knew them. Having my own existential crisis, I kind of forgot about what just happened with Momo. Soon enough class started. Alright class, today we will be doing rescue training. So suit up and get ready to head off towards the training area. As the rest of the class was getting excited for it, all I could feel was dread. I felt like a soldier heading off to battle with comrades who didn't know what was to come. I sighed, let's try to be strong enough to stop them before Azul becomes permanently injured. I got up, and got my suit. After changing and heading outside, I was talking with Madraya. Yodiku, you never got to see my grappling hook, did you? He was surprised I was giving away info on myself, but realized that it was common knowledge now. No, please let me see it. I did as he asked, and manually took some line out of my sleeve, and showed it to him. I feel like a big brother showing his little brother some new toys. I snickered under my breath as Deku was going into full analysis mode of the ways that they can be used. After enough time, I got on the bus and took one of the back seats by a window. Jiro decided to sit next to me, as it was either me, Bakugo, or Todoroki. I give her a smile and nod, and she returns it back before playing music on her phone. Momo was in the seat in front of me, and I noticed whenever she would talk to Uraraka she would take a peek back at me. Jiro, ever the observant, noticed this, and gave me a smug smile. I scoffed at the inclination and shook my head. That didn't seem to deter her at all though. Oh, I just remembered she led the charge on finding out who Uraraka liked. I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but can this bus go any faster? So, you and Yaozu, huh? She said with a big grin. I just sighed. Keep listening to your music. Oh, you don't want to talk about it, eh? Does that mean something really is going on? She kept tilting her head back and forth between every question. Unfortunately for me, Momo overheard this and started freaking out. Wow, there is nothing going on between us. I looked back over to Jiro while pointing to Momo with my thumb. See? She just gave us an unbelieving look, haha, sure. Then she just snickered while putting her attention back to her phone. I rolled my eyes and looked back forward to see Momo talking to Uraraka. Momo's face was red as she was trying to explain a negative. Yay, good luck with that. In 1 week everyone is gonna think we're together now. After what seemed like an eternity, we made it to our destination. We made it inside to talk to 13. Welcome children, to the unforeseen simulation. Joined any accident you can imagine I built in here. While Deku and Uraraka were geeking out over this hero, I was just staring at the center fountain. Now I'm sure you are aware how your quirks work. However, most of you never really thought about exactly how easily you could kill people with them. In our superpowered society, quirks have become heavily restricted, and monitored. But it only takes one mistake for people to end up dead. This class will show you a new perspective of using your quirks to save others instead of harming them. That is all, thank you for listening. She finishes off with a bow, and as Aizawa is about to talk, something catches his attention. Huddle up and don't move. He screams at us, then gives instructions. 13. Protect the students. Are those bots for the exam? Someone says with unsureness in their tone. Aizawa then yells in protest. Don't move, those are villains. I saw the portal open, and the hand-covered villain walking through it with many other villains. The black apparition started speaking. The schedule I received the other day informed us of All Might's presence here today. Then the hand-covered mass started to stare at the ceiling while speaking. Where is he? We've come all this way. And brought many playmates. Maybe killing some kids will get his attention? He says as he looks up at us. I'm not gonna lie, the look in his eyes made me shudder in fear, and disgust. I started relaying a distress signal as soon as I got my bearings back. It only lasted for 10 seconds before the connection was jammed. So I sent a distress signal, but now I'm getting jammed. Should have gotten the signal earlier. I had to wait for the timeline of me asking for help made sense, but quick thinking came on Ari, good job. If it did get through, the teacher should be able to get here in about 30 minutes. I can hold off for that long, everyone evacuate. He yelled as he went into the thick of it, being surrounded by plenty of villains and thugs. However, he was able to keep them all in check. While we were running to the exit, we ran into the back mass with a choker. Greetings, we are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but we have come here with one singular purpose: to kill the symbol of peace, All Might. We were given the impression he would be here today. Well, no matter. My role remains unchanged. As soon as he finished, Bakugo and Kirishima both rushed him while I shot a dart at his neck. While Bakugo and Kirishima were cheering that they had taken him out, I rushed to the apparition's side to shock his collar directly, however I was too far to reach him in time. Yes, that was close. You really are the best of the best. Now, be gone. I was in complete blackness, the emptiness of all light for a few moments before I landed next to Jiro and Momo. Oh, and like 20 common thugs. Dang it, I messed up bad. I should have just gone second gear and rushed him earlier. Agitated with my own hubris and stupidity, I screamed, "Second gear!" As I yelled, all the thugs took one step back at the sight of what I was doing. I need just 5 minutes to deal with the likes of you. I pulled out my extendable baton in my hand, crackling with the new energy flowing through it. One good hit is probably enough to put each one down, so this now becomes a game of whack-a-mole. I ran at full speed, and to anyone witnessing it they would later say they saw a bright light in blackness. I was able to take care of half on my own while the two girls were taking care of the other half. We were done in about 4 minutes. After the thugs were taken down, I started reloading my revolver. With the girls looking over me. "You two stay here, I doubt they will send more up here. They probably are guarding the exit as tight as possible. You'll be safest here. If my message got through, then the pros are coming," I say as I finish up reloading. Momo steps forward with an angry, and slightly perturbed look. "Then where do you think you are going?" I squint my eyes at her to try and get her to back down, but she doesn't. "I'm going to help Aizawa. He is outgunned, and I'm going to even those odds." She quickly grabs my coat to stop me from moving. "Absolutely not. You are going to get yourself killed." Seeing the look of determination in her eyes, I knew she would not let up on this. I looked over to Jiro, who was looking back and forth between Momo and I. "Let me go," I said in a non-joking manner, which caught the attention of both of them again. Just then the ground bursts open underneath Jiro and something grabs onto her, trying to hold her hostage. "Now you kids better give up now or your friend dies. Now both of you put your hands up." As soon as Momo let go to move her hands up, Jiro stabbed one of her jacks into the thug's hand, letting her go. As she ran to us, I saw the thug charge up and electrical attack. Can I run that distance? No, too far. Definitely with overdrive, but I need all the batter. I got it, second gear overdrive. As soon as I yelled, I was almost transported in the path of the electrical energy, and took it all. Feeling all the energy flow into me helped offset some of the power I was drawing. As soon as he was done, I rushed past him in less than a second, hitting him with my baton on my way. That should knock him out cold. This should be everyone up here. Now time to help Aizawa. I turned off overdrive and kept just normal second gear. I'm down to 50% even with that guy charging me. The batteries I have should get me to 60%. Would be more if I wasn't constantly draining myself. I took one last look at both the girls. Momo was taking care of Jiro, who was still coughing from the chokehold given to her. "Stay safe," I said while jumping down the cliff before either noticed me leaving, slowing my descent with my grappling hook. Running toward the fountain, I found Aizawa underneath Namu, who was about to snap my teacher's arm. I felt my stomach drop. Am I going to lose someone again? When will it stop? I lost everything that mattered to me, and now I'm going to lose more. No. 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 I screamed with my heart, mind, body, and soul connected. Rage. This will not stand. I refuse to lose more than I have already. Second gear overdrive. Everyone stared at me as I screamed. I was too filled with emotions of loss, grief, and rage to notice that I screamed so loud everyone in the dome heard it. Apparently I put extra strength into my voice subconsciously. I shot 2 bullets at Shigaraki, and rushed towards him. The bullets were caught by Kurogiri, while the Namu forgot about Aizawa, and ran towards me. Rushing underneath its flailing arms, I jumped up to grab his face and place all the electricity I could spare directly to its brain. While in overdrive, I start overheating at a quick pace. I've only been in it for a few seconds and steam is starting to form all around me. So when I grabbed Namu's face, and sent electricity, my hands started to burn, while his brain was melting due to the heat, and electricity. A few seconds of him spasming while letting out horrifying shrieks of pain, and he promptly fell on the floor. A horrid smell encompassed the air, as smoke rose from Namu's head. I then spoke with a cold voice that made Aizawa, Deku, Asui, and Mineta all flinch. You were trying to do what now? Trying to kill my friends? My teachers? My heroes? Do you really think I'll let you leave after telling me that? A smile slowly grew on my face as I stared into the depths of his soul. The way he started to squirm made me start laughing. I was cackling like a madman while slowly, step by step, walking towards him. Each step was quiet but pronounced. Every step I took towards him seemed to be the only sound aside from my cackling that was echoing through the halls. Until I stopped laughing, and broke into a full-on sprint towards him. I tried to grab him only to have my arm go into a black portal. Shigaraki, using this as his chance, and tried to grab onto me only to have the electricity arc towards his hand before it could touch my face. I then used my left arm to try and grab him only for that one to be in a portal as well. I jumped back to create distance while chuckling. Do you do anything? It looks like the real enemy is that guy. What did you call him? Kurogiri? Shigaraki almost took the bait to come after me, only to be stopped by a scowling All Might. Fear not. I am here. Kurogiri floated next to Shigaraki. We must leave now. Shigaraki placed his hands on his neck in a strangling fashion while scratching it. I know. It's so vexing. Soon after, they were both encompassed by a black cloud, and as soon as it came, it left, taking them with it. The moment they left, I turned second gear off. I had about 10% left. All my emotions were magnified in that fight, and I was still overcome with them. I was struggling to still stand, and eventually fell to the ground, while tears were forming in my eyes. My whole body hurt, every pore, every muscle. Yet I could not pass out for some reason. Either not enough pain, or my juiced up brain refused to. Soon after I fell, I saw Aizawa crawl up next to me, and gave me a look of anger. Was I able to save everyone? It was really all I cared about, not reprimand, or perhaps expulsion. All I wanted was to keep those close to me safe. He looked at me with his face battered and bruised. We'll have to talk about what you did, and your quirk in more detail, but maybe kid. Tears started streaming down my face, partly from the pain of overdrive, but mostly from me protecting Aizawa and the others. I had someone with me. I wasn't alone. While everyone was walking towards us, I slowly closed my eyes, and descended into blackness. Looking around in this void, I saw Anki standing in front of me. He was smiling at me, albeit with tears running down his face, and his smile weak. I rushed to him and gave him a hug, tears running down my face. I did it. I made sure everyone is okay. I kept my promise, and I'll keep fulfilling my promise to you every day. We will never be alone again, I'll be sure of it. We can have others with us if you help me. I felt tears on my shoulder from the crying boy, and I kept crying myself. I woke up in the school nursing room to the sound of teachers talking to each other. He did what now? Just like I said, this is serious. I could assume they were talking about me and the actions I did. It's like waking up from being drunk last night, remembering what you did, and now sober you have to fix it. My battery was at around 60%, so I had my emotions in check again. My body felt horrible, like running an Ironman without training, and then waking up the next morning unable to move due to muscle pain. I couldn't help but groan trying to get up. The room got quiet again, and the sheet around the bed was pulled back to see most if not all the faculty looking back at me. Recovery girl up front, staring at me. No wonder I felt so tired. She must have healed my injuries. I waited for somebody to speak. I shouldn't talk more than I have to. Okay, I have to know. Is everyone okay? I managed to croak out the full question. Recovery girl moves another sheet, giving view to another bed with Azawel lying on the bed with his arms covered in bandages. His face is much better off than the show, but it still has bruising and cuts. I sighed in relief and laid back down. Your injuries are very strange, young man. Recovery girl begins her diagnosis while pulling up a chair. Your burned hand corroborates the stories that I have been told, but the rest are strange to say the least. Your right eye has blood in the pupil that has been around for some time. It also reflects light similar to a cat when trying to see in the dark. Your muscles are full of lactic acid, in other words, overused to a startling degree. They should have been unresponsive when you were fighting, but kept going. Your heart rate was spiking, and slowing throughout your rest, and I don't want to even imagine what it was while you were in the second gear as you call it. She sighed. The only thing wrong with you now is your lactic acid buildup, dehydration, as well as blood sugar being too low. The more I hear of my problems, the more I think I actually just have the speed force. Hey, thank you, recovery girl. I give her a slight bow, then returned leaning back. It's coming, isn't it? The whole conversation about my mental health. Hello Kaimanari, I am Nezu, do you know who I am? I smirk. Of course, principal. The little animal nods his head before continuing. Do you remember what you did today? I scoffed, I almost wish I didn't. And why is that? I got overly emotional, and let my emotions control me. It was semi-true. These weren't only my emotions that were magnified. The grief and pain were of two saddened souls. I say with my head hung. I don't like being angry, because that is what I turn into whenever I am. Nezu nodded again with a look of understanding on his furry face. Do you know why you were angry? I can't really talk about it without being suspected of being in the League of Villains. Yes, the room stayed silent while everyone was staring at me. Do you want to talk about it? I quickly shoot back. Do I have to? We would like to understand if it may happen again in classes. Never gave me my yes or no. I see. Fine, I'll be as vague as possible then. I sighed. I was mad at the pain and suffering that they were causing. Nezu smiled while chuckling a little. Of course, I understand completely. Now we must move on to another topic at hand. What exactly is your quirk? I knew this was coming. I guess I'm a little surprised it took them this long to finally ask that question. I mean, second gear doesn't make much sense at all for an electric cladding hero. Even more so, when I started emitting steam. My eye is also one other thing that doesn't add up. I'm sure the principal already has a few theories on what it is, but we'll just see. I shrug my shoulders the best I can with how much pain I'm in. I don't entirely know. Best I can think of is that I am able to store, control, and release electricity. I still don't know if my quirk comes from my nervous system or somewhere else, and I also don't know if I'm just using it in my nervous system at second gear. Nezu ponders for a second. How does your second gear work? And what is the difference between second gear and overdrive? I lay back down flat while I explain. I just channel electricity throughout my whole body. It requires a certain amount of power per second to keep on. The more power, the faster I get. Overdrive is when I put as much power per second as I can. I continued to talk about what little I really knew about my second gear and my eye. Hearing some of these ideas made recovery girl just sigh and shake her head in exasperation at what I was doing. Well, after revealing the secrets of my quirk and some of my psyche, I guess Principal Nezu decided that I wasn't a threat. I went home, ate 4 packages of instant ramen, and promptly passed out on my bed. Waking up the next morning was much better than in that hospital bed. Slowly getting up, I realized I still have a lot of soreness all over. Well, we should have a day or two before anything practical. I went to school, and on my way to class I feel stares everywhere I go. It's just them talking about the villain attack, not your emotional break. Calm down. I calmed myself while enduring the gazes I was getting. I opened the class door to be met with more gazes. Worry, interest, fear, anger. The thing that surprised me the most was that anger was coming from three sources: Bakugo obviously, Momo, and Jiro. Great, probably mad I left them to take care of themselves. More thugs didn't rush them down, did they? I sighed and took my seat under constant stares and glares. Relaxing in my chair to try and ease my sore body, I waited for class to begin. After a few minutes the bell rang and Aizawa came into the room. Only one arm was in a cast, and his face wasn't mummified, so that was good. He began class to tell us about the upcoming UA Sports Festival. Momo explained to Mineta that we will be scouted to become sidekicks, while the rest of the class was celebrating at the opportunities and the fun they might have during the festival. After class was over, everyone was pumped up for this, and I was kinda happy nobody was dwelling on the villain attack. Ida was talking to Deku. This will be our chance to put ourselves on the map. Doesn't that excite you, Midoriya? Well, yay, but then your Araka slowly got their attention as well as my own with that look. Let's do our best. What happened to your face? Deku couldn't help but scream, getting others' attention. She then yelled while pumping her fist in the air, let's go. After class, Deku, Ida, your Araka, and I got onto the conversation of why your Araka wants to be a hero. Turns out it was money for her parents to live a better life. I swear I don't think even Gandhi was as nice as both Midoriya and your Araka. I smiled at her. I think that is a wonderful reason. The whole idea of a hero is to help others over yourself. I'm not sure I can think of a better way than being a hero, and sending the money you get for it to people you care about. The group was stunned and your Araka started grinning at being complimented for her purpose. Then Midoriya started to talk. Why do you, young Midoriya? Would you care to have lunch with me? I couldn't help but laugh with your Araka on this one. It really did sound like he was asking Deku out on a date. They both left while your Araka, Ida, and I went to the cafeteria. After school was over, just outside of our classroom door, many students from the rest of the school were all here looking at the students who survived a villain attack. It only took Bakugo 3 seconds to antagonize everyone. Then out of the crowd I see a very underrated character. Shinso. I smiled as I saw him as he declared war on our class. I stood up very loudly to get everyone's attention. And I quickly walked over to Shinso and stood in front of him. What? Are you gonna try and tell me you're the best? That we have no chance? I chuckle and shake my head. No, I just wanted to tell you something. I say with a smile, and proceed to get myself close to his ear to whisper. I know what your quirk is, and I won't tell the others. I have secrets about my own quirk that I don't like telling people about either. But I want you to use it on me. I need to test something about my quirk, and you're the perfect person to do that. He stumbled back with confusion plastering his face. Everyone else was wondering what I said to him. Why would you know? Well, for two main reasons. The first is because I think you got kinda slighted with the way that the enemies were bots, and second, I think your quirk would make you an amazing hero. If they weren't bots, you would be on the other side of this door. I look back toward the classroom for a second, then look back at him and his expression of utter shock. Now come on, hit me. I need to know if I can go against you. It's been a question I've had since I knew you were in this academy. Everyone looked dumbfounded. A kid from the hero class saying that he thought someone from the general studies could beat him easily? How are bots unaffected? What even was his quirk? Now, do you mind if we go off with less prying eyes so I can test myself? Then Bakugo started yelling at me. Oi! Are you saying this cannon fodder can beat me? I laughed so hard my stomach started cramping. Oh, easily. I think you would be the easiest to beat. Oi! That does it, cannon fodder, spar with me. A while later, after most people had left, I was left alone in the classroom waiting till I heard a knock at the door. I got up, got all my stuff, and opened the door to see Shinso. I smiled, as did he. You ready? He asks, giving me one last chance to back out. I was born then. I felt locked in, like I could think of what to do easily, but couldn't control my body. Thanks for solidifying the fact that locked out syndrome is scary. I start using nerve control, and slowly my arm moves. Shinso was surprised, almost letting go of his grip on me. I give him a thumbs up as the sign to keep going. Walk to the back of the class. As he said that, I felt my body start moving without my control to the back of the class. Using nerve control, I was able to force myself to stop. Soon after, Shinso let his grip go and sighed. Well, I hope I don't go against you in the festival. I laughed. Oh, nobody does. But on a more serious note, I'm able to stop myself and do other things, but the second I let go of my grip, yours takes over. I think your quirk works by stopping all communication between the rest of the brain and the cerebellum. I can force myself to move by electrifying my nerves with my quirk, which doesn't require that part of my brain to work. If your quirk does control just the cerebellum, I almost want to change the name of your quirk to body manipulator, or something else more fitting. After I was done with my assessment, I looked back to see Shinso crying. I smiled sadly at seeing him like this. I walked over to him. First time someone hasn't given you a certain look after knowing your quirk, or being hit by it? I say with a soft tone of voice. He just nods. I just pat his shoulder and back until he lets at least a lot of it out. Can we never talk about that? He said quietly while blushing. I smiled. Of course, I'm known as the class enigma. Anyway, I have some tips on how to be a hero before we see each other again. Train physically. Most students get away with overly relying on their quirks, and neglect working out. Train in some kind of martial arts. You actually remind me a lot of our teacher. I'll put in a good word if you want. And last and most importantly, when you do join the hero classes, make sure you get good equipment, not only to get with your quirk, but also attack and defense. I smiled at seeing him looking at me with surprise and confusion. See you on the dance floor. I give him one last pat on the shoulder before leaving. The next day rolled around, and the start of the festival began. All of us were in the waiting room before any of the events started. I was sitting in the corner next to an outlet with an AC to DC connector. Plugging it in, and putting the prongs in my mouth, I could instantly feel all the power flow into me. As it turns out, if I have more power than 100%, then my battery slowly increases to fit it in. Doing this training, I can increase my maximum capacity by 1% per hour. Slow going, I know, and it will be slower the bigger my battery gets, but slow and steady did win the race. While I was calculating the amount of charge I would permanently increase before the game started, I heard the squeaks of chairs being moved at my table. I opened my eyes to see Momo and Jiro sitting across from me. What were they doing here? Come to complain about leaving two girls alone during the villain attack? I said nothing while waiting for either of them to speak first. Don't want to dig a hole for myself here. They both were quiet while looking around the room, yet never looking me in the eyes. How did you get so strong? Momo finally asks her burning question while looking at me with her shaking eyes. Jiro seemed to know what Momo was gonna ask, as she was staring at me with similar eyes. These girls are feeling like dead weight. I need to let them know they aren't before they lose all self-confidence. Well, it just so happens I was born with a powerful quirk, and I train that quirk every day. My quirk is also very suitable for combat. I essentially brute force my way without knowing any fighting moves. Both of your quirks are better at support, whether that be locating trapped civilians and villains, or providing items your teammates need, and setting traps, blockades to stop villains from escaping. Putting it simply, the strength to what you're referring to is a lie. I took a breath and continued on. I'm good at fighting, but rescuing not so much. Because I can't touch people to pull them out of a collapsed building. You just need to think about what your quirk does best, and try to amplify it. Momo, if you want to fight, then learn to make more complicated weapons to aid yourself in battle. Jiro, if you want to fight better, it may be good to make your costume covered in speakers to direct sound wherever you need it. These are only ideas, as they are not my quirks, but hopefully these ideas will give you better ones in the future. After finishing my 2-minute-long rant, both girls were just staring at me in shock. Did I overcompensate? Well, what's done is done. Maybe they will get stronger in the future, and not be in any danger that may set me off. I can only hope though. Knowing the events were about to start, I popped the cable out of my mouth, and unplugged it. As I was leaving, I heard both of the girls talking to each other with smiles. Good, glad I nipped the "I'm useless" complex before that started to bloom. Walking over to where most of the students were waiting, I started hearing Todoroki's declaration of war. "I will beat you." Midoriya was shaking a little bit, and looking around before his eyes fell on me. Gaining determination in his eyes, he looked back at Todoroki. "Todoroki, I'm not sure why you felt the need to tell me that. I know you, and more in this class, are stronger than me. I feel weak. Like I can't measure up. When the attack happened, I was barely able to get myself out of the disaster zone with the help of others. When I saw the leaders, all I could do was sit on my hands and wait. I'm striving to catch up to everyone here, and feel like I'm making no progress. But I saw that even if someone is in general studies does not mean they are weak. Everyone has a chance to the top if they put in enough effort. I will never stop striving for it. I'm going for it too. With everything I've got." I looked at Midoriya with a smile creeping up on my face. Man, can this kid make a compelling speech. Right after we were told to get to the field, everyone had their game faces on with serious expressions. Personally, whenever I am nervous, I begin to smile uncontrollably. Maybe I do need to see a shrink. Getting on the field, I took a look at all the other students. Man, I feel bad about these kids. Welcome to the land of mediocrity, when you're up against protagonists. Then Pro Hero Midnight got onto the stage. Ah geez, where am I supposed to look? The costume is about the same as her body color, it's almost like she's only wearing boots. And what are the broken handcuffs for? They serve no purpose. They're completely aesthetic. I think she just gets off knowing thousands are looking at her while she is dressed like that. I couldn't help but sigh as she yelled at being called out as inappropriate for students. Little girls are looking up to heroes, and that is what they see. What if they dress like that for Halloween? Wait, does this universe even have Halloween? I found Shinso in the crowd and walked up to him, earning a few questioning looks from students who noticed. "Sup, Shinso?" I quickly patted him on the shoulder while standing beside him. He was surprised that I was here, but quickly shook it off. I guess he understands I am a man out of the norm by now. "Hey," he said, giving a small embarrassed smile. Around this time, Bakugo was up on the stage as representative. "I'm gonna take first place." I immediately groaned. How conceited can you be? He is like a walking ball of narcissism. I put my hands to my face to cover the shame of being in the same class as that maniac. Shinso started chuckling. "Well, if what you said is correct, with an ego that large, taking him down from his pedestal is gonna be fun." I smiled. That is if I don't get to him first. Then Midnight came back to the mic on stage to tell us about the first event. The obstacle course race. Me and Shinso both gave a smile to each other just as the horn started, and we were squished between all other students. This is why I didn't want to be part of the reporter incident. I can't use my second gear without electrifying half the school. I'm just gonna have to wait for everybody to spread out when it gets more open. While thinking of a game plan, I felt the chill of ice on the ground. Shinso must have felt it too, because he jumped on a few other students to keep himself okay. I soon followed suit, and watched as most people were attached to the ground. "Good thinking, Shinso." He nodded as we both ran past frozen students only to be met with the towering behemoths that are the 0-point robots. As I was about to make a game plan, about 1/4 of them were frozen and fell. He is good, I gotta admit that. Then I noticed something. I wasn't packed with other students. I have enough room for second gear. I don't really want others to know about it though. The League of Villains knows, and that is who I would try to avoid finding out. If that's the case, I don't really have to hide that anymore. Coming up with a decision, I get away from other students. Second gear. As I yelled, I saw Shinso looking at me with surprise. "Sorry, I'm going on ahead." I took off while doing some calculations in my head. If I can last for about an hour and a half before getting to 30%, then going for 1/3 of that would leave me with As I was crunching numbers, I was also subconsciously dodging through the bots. I found myself slightly ahead of most of Class A, and the rest of the school. What am I, 4th place? Hearing a loud boom behind me, I saw Momo standing next to a cannon. Not complicated, yet still scary powerful. I nodded and continued to focus on the road ahead. Getting to the next challenge was tight ropes. Man! I hate heights. I looked behind me to see globs of students running toward my direction. Better get going now. I got to the rope and grabbed on with both my hands, hanging below it. This is much faster than crawling with my whole body, but much more scary. I chuckled to try to placate my unease while moving forward. While Todoroki and Bakugo were battling at the halfway mark, I was still climbing to about a quarter of this course. I then heard a scream behind me. Babies! I know who that voice belongs to. Taking a quick look back, I see the support girl running off of the cliff, then soon after flying above the one she hooked onto. Cool. Man, I wish I had my costume. I feel so naked, and unprepared without it. Getting to the minefield in 3rd wasn't bad, but I was scared to get blown up. I kept walking carefully while thinking. Can I use my 2nd gear without triggering the mines with the electricity? My shoes are made of rubber, and I may be able to run faster than the mine's trigger. Still thinking of what to do, I didn't notice I was halfway through. I was startled by a boom. That made the cannon sound like it was a pop gun. I felt like the sun was blocked for a second, only to realize it was a shadow. Oh boy! I stopped and stared, as did everyone else. Hearing the announcement that Midoriya took the lead, I couldn't wait any longer. I can't hesitate. I need enough points for me to get teammates that I need. 2nd gear overdrive. I can't blow all my battery here. I'm at about 75%. Most I can lose is 25%, leaving 50% for the next game. I rushed past all the mines. Stepping on them yet going too fast, they blew up behind me, leaving explosions in my wake. Catching up to the trio as soon as Midoriya blew up more mines to leap further ahead, I managed to get past both Bakugo and Todoroki. Exiting the minefield, I turned off my 2nd gear to run normally. Getting to the finish line, I saw a smiling Midoriya looking at the cheering audience. Looking at the board to see me taking 2nd place in the race. Todoroki got 3rd, and Bakugo got 4th, he did not look too pleased about that. I ran up behind Midoriya with a big smile and slapped him on the back. Being shaken out of his stupor, he looked back at me with a goofy grin, perhaps matching my own. Nice work, Deku. He started tearing up and choked out a single word. Yay! After everyone filed back onto the field, I just sat and rested while Midnight was explaining the next game. I already knew it, but was stuck on who I should team up with. I will be severely hampered if I need to be in contact with my teammates. I need 3 roles: defender, attacker, and support, escape. I can't attack, defend, or support if I have no quirk. So the top choice for a team member is. After all the rules were explained, I saw Deku and Uraraka walking toward Ida, and Ida turned them down, stating that he wants to go off on his own, and prove that he should also be seen as a rival. He walked off, and both Deku and Uraraka looked at me like abandoned kittens. Ugh, stop looking at me like that, it makes it impossible to say no. I turned my eyes away to say what I needed to. I'm sorry to both of you. I need to form my own team with people who can stand my quirk. And I'm pretty sure you got a teammate right behind you. I point behind them to showcase the tech girl herself. I'll still see you two in the finale, right? They both gained hopeful expressions and nodded their heads, as I went off to find my team members. Points don't matter as long as we keep our headband. We should go to finals. Just gotta find who I need. Good, the two are together. Hey, Jiro, Momo want to form a team? Momo turned away for a second with an embarrassed look on her face. Oh no, did she already get a group? Am I too late? Starting to freak out over if I have to make a new group composition, Jiro started talking with a smirk. Why do you call her Momo now? Oh geez, her last name is such a mouthful. I started calling her that in my head, and now it's leaked out. Let's try and not blow this out of proportion. Sorry, her last name is such a mouthful I started just using her first name instead. Now can we get back on track? I need you both in my group. Please, it has to be you two. They both turned red, and looked away. Momo was just plain embarrassed, while Jiro had a combination of smirking and frowning. That kinda sounds like a confession. Especially if you already have love on the brain. Thinking that, my face started turning a shade of red to match theirs. Ugh! Dang teenage hormones. Come on, we need one more person to complete our group. Are you coming with me? They both nodded without looking me in the eyes. I led the group without saying anything else to try not to say anything that could be misconstrued. Already in a half-dug grave, I don't want to bury myself anymore. I finally head over to the last person I need. Setsuna Togashi. Will you be part of our team? Both Momo and Jiro were surprised that I knew this girl, but got over it quickly when they remembered I knew a kid in general studies. Togashi was the most surprised, for mostly two reasons. How do you know me? We've never met. I chuckled while I tried to get to know everyone in this school. Who they are, and what their quirk is. And I need your quirk to secure our victory. She looked shocked, but then her expression turned into a smile. What do you need me to do? With an evil grin I explained my plan. The girls were almost feeling guilty for the other teams. How do you beat this? I guess you thought this through. My place in the finale is secured with this. Well, Togashi wasn't, but Momo and Jiro were. We got into our places. Momo made an insulated blanket for me to stand on in between all the girls' hands. Jiro was up front, able to use your ability without the need of hands is useful. Togashi was in the back left, able to use her non-dominant hand to steal headbands is good. And finally Momo was in the back right ready to help defend anything in that area. You girls ready? I shout over all the noise others are making. Roger, yes, you got it. I hear all of them reply back full of vigor. Okay. Let's make it to the end. After the event started, most teams went towards Madrya for the 10,000 points. My group, however, had almost 600 points. We needed to get that number up to at least 1,000 for me to feel comfortable of winning. Alright, remember girls, I have most defense covered. Momo, you will help me out from any attacks I can't shock. Jiro and Togashi, you two go get us as many bands as you can. The more the better. Even low bands will make the larger point ones harder to snatch. Got it? I got all of their affirmation, but Momos was a little quiet. There were about 10 teams. Most had less than us, but not by much. So getting about 3 average bands would give us enough points to be in the top 4 or 5. A few groups did try to take our band, but were promptly driven off from my second gear. Just having the electricity on at all times didn't take much out of me. I still have just over 50% left, so I should be able to last the whole match. Kaminari. I got a band. I looked over to see Jiro's earphone jack in front of me holding a 200-point band. I quickly turned off my second gear to grab the band from her. Good job, Jiro. Grabbing the band from her ear, I unknowingly stroked her earlobe. Hearing a squeak coming from her, I was confused. Are you okay? I heard you make a noise. She screamed back at me with harshness in her tone. I'm fine, just be quiet and focus. Then I was really confused, but I had no time to focus on that as another group came to attack us for our bands. Dang, it's the worst one. We only need to last for 3 minutes. I can't defend against that team. We gotta run. The team was Tetsu, Hanuki, Shiozaki, and Awase. These guys have 2 ways of dealing with my quirk. This is bad. I have to make it to the final. While we were running, Hanuki softened the floor underneath us to stop us moving. We were able to avoid it a while, but they eventually caught up to us. Only 1 minute left. I have an idea. I hate it, but it's all I can think of. Momo. I need a machete. Togashi. Keep aiming for their bands. Don't let them breathe. Jiro. You do the same. Momo quickly made a machete. While the other 2 girls prepared for battle. After being given the machete, I saw the group approaching fast. Just 50 seconds, please don't say too much, future me. Second gear overdrive. Putting as much energy as I could all over my body, I already felt flushed. Arcs of electricity dancing all over my body, as my clothes started billowing from the heat I was emitting. My hair was crackling, and my red eye appeared to glow. The group that was chasing us froze in fright at the sight of me. As they did, Tokaj was able to grab one of their bands before they regained their wits. I got one. Tokaj yelled as she tried to drape it over my head. Stop! I yelled. You can't touch me. Set it down and I'll put it on myself. Doing as she was told, albeit with a shaky hand, I grabbed the band from the blanket, and put it on. I looked back up to see everyone was staring at me. Did I do that thing with my voice again? Dang, I was hoping not to draw attention. Especially this early. Soon after that happened, the game ended in complete silence as nobody had made a move after I screamed. After that little incident, I didn't want to draw any more attention to myself, so as soon as the event was over, I got down from the girls, thanked them for help, and apologized to Tokaj for screaming. It's fine, totally don't worry about it. You were just scared I might get injured, right? I can't be mad at that. She gave me a reassuring smile. Well, either way, I'm gonna go to the student waiting room. I drew too much attention to myself, I said, shaking my head with an embarrassed smirk on my flushed face. At least I didn't go under 30%. I still have a handle on my emotions. When I got to the hallway, I heard Todoroki. Are you All Might's illegitimate child or something? Ha! I then realized I laughed out loud. Knowing they heard me, I decided to go around the corner, surprising Deku. Kaminari? Hey, sorry, I was on my way to the waiting room. I didn't mean to listen in. I bowed towards Todoroki. He just sighed and continued. It's good you are here for this too. I know Midoriya looks up to you, and if this message is for him, it is for you too then. He continues, mostly looking at Midoriya. You know my father is Endeavor, the second greatest hero of all time, so if you are connected to the first, all the more reason to crush you. He then looks at me, and for you to not protect him, and get in my way. He then looks at both of us together. My father is a powerful bastard who only wishes to become stronger. He has always seen All Might as a roadblock, and an eyesore. He never could beat him though, so he came up with another plan. Quirk marriages, have you heard of them? Midoriya and I both nodded our heads. I'm gonna be sick. This is sick. I moved my hand over my mouth to stop from screaming, or throwing up. With my father's wealth and fame, he made my mother's family agree to the marriage, all to get his hands on her quirk. He raised me as a hero to fulfill his own ambitions. I hate it. Being nothing but a tool for that human garbage. All the memories of my mother were of her crying. Except for the last one when she screamed, I can't stand seeing that left side anymore, before throwing boiling water on my face. It was at that point where my emotions took over and I went into second gear without asking to. Both Midoriya and Todoroki were staring at me. I started to chuckle. He thinks he can have no repercussions for his actions? He thinks the world will be okay with what he has done to you? To your mother? I started laughing with tears rolling down my eyes when my parents died, and everything I loved ripped away from me before coming to this school. I was so angry at everything. At the world that just takes what it pleases. At the people who had what I wanted back. My laughing died down and I continued on, unaware I was well below 30% now. Until somebody told me to appreciate the moments I had with them, and focus on that. I did, and that helped with the constant rage, but I never truly knew what he meant by that until now. I looked back at his shocked expression, mine was still crying with a smile. What am I supposed to tell you, who never even had that? I hate it. I hate seeing somebody right in front of me that I can't help. I hate seeing someone in front of me worse off. Suddenly I noticed my power was dangerously low. Gasping at what just happened, I put my hand back over my mouth to stop myself from talking further. Sorry. When I get low on power, I have a hard time controlling my emotions. And with that, I briskly walked off. It was still early lunch, But I wasn't hungry. Charging myself up at the outlet, I kept thinking back to what I said. When I get low on power, I'm beginning to think, both Denki's and mine emotions are amplified together. Ugh, I don't think I can look anyone in the eyes after today. After some time I heard the door creak open. I looked to see Deku looking at me with worry. Don't worry, I've stabilized, I won't be running to attack Endeavor. At least not at the moment. He comes in, and closes the door behind him. He slowly walks over to me and sits in a chair across from me. Is that why you screamed about losing things back when the villains attacked us? I looked up at the ceiling to avoid his gaze. Yay! Was it before I met you? I chuckled softly. Right before. Less than a month. He gasped. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. I smiled weakly at his apology. Nah, you noticed my sad face the moment you saw me. You just didn't believe yourself enough to do anything about it. We've all had our hardships in life, I'm no different from anyone else. I know people have it better, but I also know people have it worse. It's not a contest, and some are better at dealing with hardships than others. I live my life the best I can, and help others to not suffer more than they have to. I like my life, and I wouldn't switch it for anyone else's, but the lower my battery gets, the less I can control myself. While talking, a few last tears were heading down, but I was trying to smile nonetheless. I always wanted a younger brother. I know that will never happen now, so I started seeing some of the people in class as younger brothers. Hearing about Todoroki's. I was about to say when my hair started going up, and arcing. Problems. It felt like. I can't even compare. I just wanted it to be a lie, but I knew it wasn't. And I know that he is hurting much more than I can fathom, but can't express it, and I don't know how or if I can help him. I looked back down at Deku. He was just silent with his palms on his lap looking down. It's almost time for us to be on the field. I'll see you there. I say while opening the door. I heard squeaking when I did. I thought this door didn't squeak. Whatever, I have to focus. I've got 40%. Hopefully I get just like the show, and get the third fight for me to charge up. What I didn't know was that squeaking wasn't from the door. There was Momo with her hand on her mouth and some tears welling in her eyes. Behind a trash can in the opposite direction I was walking. Making it out to the field, I saw Shinso, and met up with him, hitting him on the shoulder. See what I mean? With your quirk you can be an amazing hero. Look how far you got. I think you're the only general studies student here. He smirked looking down, and scratched the back of his head. Thanks, I might have been a little more abrasive toward others if you hadn't helped me. I smiled. Don't worry about it. Just try your hardest, even if you don't win. I know smart heroes will pine for you. Good luck on your matches. I gave him one last pat on the shoulder before leaving. If I don't face you, that is. He snarkily says. Nobody does. He used his body controlling on me for that last comment while leaving. I counter with nerve control, and flick him on the forehead to let me go. He sighs and lets me go. Your quirk really is cheating. I wish I had a quirk like that. I chuckle. Well, I've learned to work with what I've got. Things aren't fair, and people will treat you wrong with prejudice, but when they see what you truly are, nobody can say anything different. After all of the lots were picked, it was pretty much the same as the anime, except nobody dropped out. I guess Shinso decided not to use his quirk to get here. Good for him. So that means I'm up against Hojiro. Okay, then this will be much easier than before. No offense, but someone who can only hit me when I'm clothed in electricity doesn't really work. I go back to the room to charge up before Deku and Shinso's match. Nobody else was here as they were all enjoying festivities or getting pumped up somewhere else. I played with the prongs in my mouth like toothpicks. Man, this is taking forever. I heard the door open again to see Momo with a solemn expression. I was surprised to see her here, and wondered what her expression was from. Did somebody bully her? I swear if someone did, I will paralyze them neck down. Seeing Momo sit on the other side of the table woke me from my thoughts. She was looking down and her hair was covering her face. She then spoke in a very small voice. I happened to listen to what you said to Madraya. I was walking in here to get my phone, but I heard you two talking. I am so sorry. I look at her with a blank expression. How embarrassing this is. Had a breakdown in front of two, and a third listened in on me spilling my guts. I sighed. What exactly are you sorry about? She jumped when I spoke up, then froze to ponder the question, all the while me never seeing her face. I'm sorry for listening to your private conversation. I thought the least I should do is tell you, and apologize. I smiled. I'm glad that's what she is focusing on. I don't really want to talk about Denki's parents. Although it seems that the longer I'm here the more I also consider them my parents. Could be from our souls merging, but I'll never truly know. It's okay, I'm glad you cared enough to tell me. I'm not mad at you, I want you to know that. If I were in the same scenario I probably would have listened in too, so I can't really judge you too harshly. You are a curious person. As I was finishing up what I was saying I put my hand on her head, patting it slowly. She jolted when I first placed my hand on top of her head, but soon she relaxed. We stayed like that for a while. She spoke up again with her voice so quiet I almost didn't catch it. Do you see me as a little sister? I froze with my hand still on her head. Oh boy. I'm not so sure that isn't a sign. Okay, let's just chalk this up to me looking too deep into things. Getting embarrassed, I took my hand off her head. My face started heating up as I was looking away from her. No, I only really wanted a younger brother, so I never saw you, or any girl in the class, as a little sister. She looked up to see my expression. Seeing my frowning red face, she gained a small smile. I really have to leave here, or risk getting caught in her speed. That is good, she finishes before standing up next to me with a knowing smile on her face. I, being nervous, took a step back with a somewhat fearful look on my face. This made her giggle a little bit before heading off, leaving me alone in the room again. It is a very big problem that I feel guilty about this development. That points to some part of me liking her. I know Denki is a part of me, and that makes sense that he would like her. However, I have a slight inclination that this wasn't all Denki. I sighed to calm myself down. Let's go see history in the making. I go to the seats privy toward students participating. I look to see all of Class 1A around each other. After what happened in the waiting room with Momo, I was a little too embarrassed to sit next to her at the moment. So I sat behind Ida and Yuraraka. Soon after I did, I noticed two people sitting beside me, Momo and Jiro. Hey. Both Momo and I couldn't really look at each other, much less talk. All the while Jiro had a slightly complicated look on her face. Sort of like a bittersweet moment. We sat like that in awkward silence for a while before we heard cheers informing us of both Deku's and Shinso's match. Giving my focus toward the field, I saw both fighters readying up. I couldn't hear anything they were saying, but I could tell Shinso was trying to antagonize Deku. As soon as the match started, Deku started to run at Shinso. You don't know how, was all I could make out before Deku froze. I shook my head. You should have known he was antagonizing you on purpose. What did he say for you to stop using your head? Everyone already knew. I know what Shinso's quirk was, but I refused to say earlier. They were looking at me for an explanation. This time I was more inclined to give it, as Deku would explain how it worked in a bit anyway. Shino's quirk is the ability to put himself in the driver's seat of anybody that talks to him. They all were shocked at what that meant for Deku. They all waited with bated breath, all staring at Deku slowly walking off stage. Well, except for two. I was relaxing, waiting for Deku to break out of control, and Momo was staring at me with a quizzical look on her face. When she was about to say something, we felt a strong gust of wind pressure, and as it did I felt a smirk growing on my face. I looked back towards the stage to see Deku's fearful gaze, and Shinso frowning. Well, this should play out like it did in the anime. However, it seemed Shinso was saying something else on top of what he originally did to antagonize Deku. You think you will be able to catch up to him? To anyone? He doesn't even care about you. Was he talking about All Might? After a while Deku was able to pull out the win with being more in shape. After Shinso lost, he looked really sad until he heard what all the pros were saying. That is an amazing ability. Think of the possibilities. Hearing all of this, he started getting a big smile on his face with his eyes watering up. He looked over to me in the stands, and I gave him a thumbs up. He shook his head still with a big grin and walked off the stage. I got up. To the surprise of people around me, I gotta make sure Rika doesn't think Shinso is a bad guy. He kinda has to throw around insults to rile people up for his quirk to work. They all understood, but Momo and Jiro seemed a bit down as I was leaving. On my way toward the medical bay, I saw Todoroki down the hallway, soon followed by a manlier voice. "You disappoint me, Shido." Hearing that, I felt my stomach drop as electricity started running down my spine. Trying to calm myself down was all lost when I heard those magic words. "Your duty is to surpass All Might." I felt myself going into second gear again with anger. No. Both Todoroki and his father turned to look at me. Todoroki was the most surprised, while Endeavor's expression was that of looking at garbage. I decided to return the favor. Still in second gear, I was so angry my hands were shaking, and I couldn't turn off second gear even if I wanted to. I started to speak up. "You are not a hero." I start giggling. You who doesn't even qualify to be a human, or a father being a hero." I started laughing at him while Todoroki was in shock. "It's just too laughable how pathetic you truly are. You destroy everything you touch, ruin the lives of those who are supposed to be closest to you. And for what? Being the fake follow-up to the symbol of peace? You know, even if he does leave, that's all you'll ever be, right? You may become number one someday, but you'll always be living in the shadow of the man you despise. I want you to acknowledge that to your son. Tell him all the pain you caused was for nothing." While I was ranting, the hallway we were in was heating up to a startling degree, but the final nail in the coffin was that last bit. I screamed. I was panting to try and reclaim my breath from screaming at him, while he got up from leaning on the wall. His eyes boiling with rage, directed fully at me while walking towards me with his fire activated in his hands. "Why don't you make me boy?" I laughed hysterically at him. "I was hoping you would say that. Overdrive." I pushed as much power through my body as I possibly could. My red eye shined in the dark, my body steaming, and arcing currents rolled around me as my clothes were starting to smoke. My hair crackling with power and static electricity made it stand up on end. I only have one shot at this. I need to be as fast as possible, and aim for the neck. I almost teleported behind Endeavor, which caused him to flinch in surprise. All the window I need. I dug my hand into his neck, shocking him as he burned me. I dug my fingernails in and applied electricity directly towards his spinal cord, causing him to fall on the ground, still spasming. I kept my hand around him as I turned off second gear. I didn't need it at this point. As I kept stopping the electricity from going below his neck for as long as I held him. Todoroki was horrified. "What have you done?" Paralyzed him from the neck down. His eyes widened with further shock of what I was doing. "You are going to be incarcerated for that." I calmly kept talking as I noticed Endeavor start to sweat at the idea of being paraplegic. This was simple self-defense. You saw him pull out his flames. "Now get going for your match, you're gonna be late." "I'm just gonna talk with your father while you're gone." He stood there stunned for 10 seconds, just staring at me. "Well, go on, they're waiting for you." I gave him a smile. For him to stare at me, before almost in a daze walking out toward the field. I then turned to look at Endeavor. I put electricity in my right eye to increase its glow, bringing more fear into his eyes. I began to smile, and giggle, before speaking to him in a hushed tone, almost like telling a secret. "Do you know what you're feeling? I'll answer that for you since you can't speak right now. You are feeling just a bit of what you put your son and wife through every day. How does that make you feel?" I kept snickering at his own terror. "Now do you think I should let you experience more of that? I think it's only fair to feel others' pain before writing it off as a rebellion, don't you agree?" I snickered and giggled maddeningly before giving him more of a taste of his own medicine. I gave him a quick shock through his nerves to cause his whole body to spasm yet again. I did this for about 10 seconds straight. The whole time I was whispering in his ear. This is for your own good. You were made for this purpose. That is what you said to a child while doing this to them. Why don't you experience some of the same? So listen to this. You are nothing. You will always be nothing. Your son is already a better hero than you ever will be. And not thanks to you. He will be a great hero because of the man you despise. The whole time you were making your own tool to beat All Might. He was already saving Shito from your grasp. The whole point of your existence is for nothing. Hearing the cheering from outside, I knew the match was over, and mine was soon to begin. Now luckily for you I have a match to go to, so I no longer have any time right now to continue playing with you. Just remember that your son goes to class with me and can keep in touch. If I hear about one more thing I don't like, I put more electricity into my eye to shine a bright glow over the rest of my covered face. As I said the last part extra coldly, that made him shiver. I'll be back. Sending one last bit of electricity to paralyze him, I walked back where I came from to get to my waiting room. Making it towards my waiting room just as I was about to open the door when I noticed two people standing behind me. Dang, I was so lost in my mind, I didn't even notice them. Looking back at them, I saw Momo looking mad at me, while Jiro looked unsure. What were you doing? Momo started the conversation with a question I really didn't know how to answer. I looked away, realizing I still had a scowl on my face, and I quickly got rid of it. What do you mean by that? She scoffs. Madrya says he never talked to you. So what were you doing? I sighed. Giving someone some guidance. I really can't lie to these girls, but I can bend the truth a little. Momo turned me around, and looked at me with a fierce discerning gaze. Almost daring me to show any sign of deceit for her to attack me with it. Since I was telling the truth in a way, she could tell I was lying somewhat, but altogether telling the truth. What did you teach? This is a hard one. I can't say manners because that's just obvious, so I'll have to phrase it another way. Empathy, I say, as a small smile crept up without my knowledge, but Jiro's expression turned to one of anger. You think you can lie to us like that? With that devilish smile? I quickly put my hand over my mouth. Why do I out myself so easily? I looked away in shame. I'm being outmaneuvered in a conversation with girls 5 years younger than me. I don't know whether I should be impressed with them, or downhearted at me. I sighed at my own ineptitude. What do you want me to say? They both spoke in unison while getting closer to me. Too close. Too close. I thought as I backed away, but I had no room, so I just backed into the door. Momo placed her hand to my left side against the wall, while Jiro used her earphone jack, and stabbed it into the wall only a few inches away from my face. The truth. My face was flushed, my breath was staggered, I couldn't think straight, and this time I had 70% charge, so it wasn't my usual excuse. I slowly croaked up an answer while looking between the both of their stern expressions. I threatened endeavor to treat Todoroki better. They both looked surprised, giving each other a glance, then looked back at me to see if I was lying. I was more surprised that they didn't berate me right then and there. Noticing my surprise of their surprise, they both giggled. What is? I don't understand women at all. They both moved away from me as I let out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry I didn't tell you to, it just kinda happened when I was trying to find the medical wing. They both looked at me with confusion, then sighed at each other while shaking their heads. Jiro then looked at me like I was stupid. Just go, you idiot. Okay, she also said I was. As soon as she said that, I got a message saying I was up next. When I looked back in their direction, they were already walking away. Momo gave me her parting words as well. Good luck with your match. I sighed again, and went toward the field. Man. I was more scared of them, than I was facing Endeavor. I may have had anger help in keeping my fear minimized, but still. Making my way on the ring, I look at Ojiro. I'm sorry, my quirk is a direct counter to you. He looks back at me, then sighs, shakes his head, and smiles. In the hero business, some villains may have quirks like yours that I'll have to overcome. I wait a second to let that sink in. Yes, but wouldn't you have your costume to help you? I for one feel kinda naked without my hooks and gun. He laughs. You do have a point, but I want you to hold nothing back. I would take it as an insult if you did. I was dumbfounded. This kid has seen what I can do, right? He still wants me to go overdrive after seeing that? Just to be sure, you want me to use overdrive in our fight? He smiles while cracking his knuckles. Yup. I want to see what you can do firsthand. I scratched my head while nodding. Okay, just don't get mad if I injure you in an unforeseeable way. And with that conversation over, the battle commences. I screamed my move Gyro asked me to use. Second gear overdrive. And with that I tried to kick him in the chest, but it was blocked by his tail. The only problem was, I still had a lot of momentum on my side. Finishing the kick, I was able to blow Gyro outside the ring as I turned my second gear off. Midnight as well as the rest of the audience were silent for a few seconds before Midnight regained her composure and declared my victory. I jumped off the stage to give Gyro a hand. How'd it feel? He chuckled under his breath. Just about as I expected. He said with slight sadness in his voice. Yay, this is the true mob of the class now that I think about it. I smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't think about it too much. Yes, I can go fast, but obstacles in my path are really bad for me. While you can knock anything you need over with that tail of yours. Really, this whole fight was so skewed in my favor. If I were you, I would have called a rematch. He begins to smile again, and we both head back over to the 1A section. Making it towards my original seat, I saw Momo on one side, and Jiro on the other. Noticing this, I started to back away to sit in another seat, only to have the seat I was looking to occupy get stabbed by a headphone jack. My lips burst, and I looked over at Momo and Jiro. Momo was giving me quick glances, while the stabber looked like she didn't even notice my existence. I trudged toward the two girls and sat in my seat between them. This garners a few looks, mostly from the females in the class. I lowered my blushing face to avoid their gazes. Ida was up next, and his match was just as hilarious as I remember. Seriously, I couldn't stop laughing. I think it was contagious, because I heard a few other snickers coming from my left and right. After the match essentially timed out, and both Yoraka and Rika left, I sighed from all the laughing. Man, I needed that. The next match ended in a few seconds really, and Momo was up next. Before she left, I gave her some words of encouragement. Good luck out there, Momo. She blushed and hurried off. I suddenly felt an earphone jack jammed in my side. Ugh! Jiro. What was that for? She wore an irritated expression, then looked away from me. Why though? She looked back at my confused face, only to roll her eyes like I was an idiot. You're an idiot. I chuckled and shook my head. I know a little about a lot of things, but I keep coming up short when it comes to understanding you, and Momo. She jams another jack into my sternum. Ugh! Why? Was all I could muster up with my now destroyed ribcage. She shook her head again just as the battle was about to start. This match was a blitz. Tokoyami just kept laying it on before Momo could make anything. She lost quickly before it was Jiro's turn with Kirishima. As Jiro stood up to get ready for her match, I decided to wish her good luck as well. Good luck out there, Jiro. As soon as I finished my sentence, an earphone jack came rushing towards me, stopping an inch away from my face. Staring at it in fear, I heard Jiro say something in a hushed tone. Call me Kyoka. I pursed my lips, but looking eye first into that jack made a compelling argument. Of course, good luck. Kyoka. She just nodded and pulled her earphone back. Just as I sighed, she thrust it back into my face. You better keep using it. All this still without looking at me. Seriously, does she have eyes in the back of her head, or does she use echolocation? Of course, always. I see her earphone start turning red before stabbing my stomach. Ow! Mother of. Well, now we wait for Kyoka's and Kirishima's match. Momo is still getting boxed, so I actually have some time to myself for a bit. As I was thinking that, someone took a seat next to mine, Or not. Looks like Momo has come back sooner than expected. I took a glance toward my left to see Todoroki. Oh right, I kind of went off on his dad. I coughed to see if he would say something. Why did you do that? He said, still looking towards the field. I smirked with a sad look in my eyes. I don't know. I just happened to be around, and realized that you deserved better. He scowls, his gaze never leaving the field just as the match was about to begin. Why do you care so much? This is an embarrassing question to answer. Should I just give him another? No, this kid deserves the truth. I take a deep breath in to steady myself. In my fit of emotions, I let it slip that I lost everything I loved. My friends. My home. My family. I took in another unsteady breath of cool air to try and keep me from shocking anyone close by. So after I got here, I started seeing a few people in class as my own younger siblings. It's not true, I admit it, but I needed that. And it is the duty of the older brother to take care of, and protect his younger brothers. I chuckled at the insanity of it all. As my eyes started burning. So that is why I care. I need you all more than you probably need me. Soon after my little speech, Kirishima took the win of the match, and Kyoka and him shook hands. I clapped with the rest of the audience. Todoroki was just still, pondering on what I told him. Connecting some dots in his head, while forming new questions to be answered. He finally stood up and moved away, probably to a more quiet place to ponder. As soon as he left, I noticed sniffling behind me. Looking back, I was surprised to see that I didn't see anything. Wait a second. Listening in on others' conversations is not befitting of you, is it? I heard a shocked squeal and some floating clothes jumped into the air. Nice to see you too, Hagakure. I sighed as I noticed her putting on a hair clip where her bangs probably were. She tried to laugh off what she was doing. I was just making sure you two weren't saying gross things about Yaozu and Jiro. Ugh, I'm trying not to talk about myself, yet it keeps happening, and people keep hearing it. When will I learn to keep my big mouth shut? I let out an exasperated sigh as I cupped my head in my hands. So halfway through our conversation, you still thought we might get to that topic? She got quiet. Well, mostly, she was making a whining sound that I assumed came from her thinking of another excuse. I shook my head disapprovingly, then looked right under her hair clip to where I assumed her eyes were. Just promise me you won't spread that around. Okay? She perked up. Oh yeah. Totally. I won't tell a soul. Tell a soul what? Suddenly I heard a chilly voice to my right to see both Momo and Kyoko looking at me with crooked smiles. Is that what I looked like when I was shocking Endeavor? No, these two are much scarier. Hey. Stop moving your earphone jack. Hagakure just listened to my conversation with Todoroki about Endeavor. I don't want that going around, so I told her to keep it a secret. I said with my gaze flashing back and forth between the two girls. They then eyed Hagakure, causing her hair clip to shiver. Is that everything? Dang, they asked me the one question I didn't want asked. It was mostly just why I did it, so pretty much yay. Not lying, I'm not lying, please don't stab me. Just then loud explosions were heard from the field. We all swiveled our heads, and looked to see Uraraka and Bakugo fighting. Please be amazed by the match and let me go. It seems my wish was granted as they both took their respective seats, and watched the match in awe. I kept looking up to see all the little bits of debris floating above the stage. I heard Momo give a startled oh my. Before Kyoka followed suit to say something else in surprise. When the match got to its climax, I covered my ears and told the girls to do the same. Just as all the pieces of stone and cement fell, Bakugo let out a massive explosion in the air to get rid of it all in one blast. I shook my head seeing Uraraka pass out soon after that attack. It was just about the only thing she could do, but I don't think it was best to reveal what she was doing at the end. Kyoka scoffed. Of course you think that. You don't like to reveal anything. I nodded in agreement while Hagakure laughed from the seat behind us. Just as Deku and Ida were about to leave to check on Uraraka, I held Deku back to talk. Can you still only do 100% power still? He was surprised why I brought this up now, but answered anyway. No, but my body can only handle 3% without breaking. I laughed at the way he phrased it, but he thought I was laughing at the lack he could handle. It's okay Deku, I definitely wouldn't be able to use more than that, if I had that much power dormant inside of me. I just laughed at the way you phrased it. He looked confused. What was wrong with my phrasing? I just ruffled his curly green hair while smiling. I can't tell you that, or that would be giving you the answer of your quirk. I think ours are similar in a few ways. So think about what you said, and try to find the answer from that. He looked at me stunned and frozen. I gave him a shove toward the stairs to get to his battle while he kept muttering his sentence under his breath. Snickering, I sat back down in my seat to the stares of Momo, Kyoka, and now Hagakure seemingly demanding an explanation of what my quirk is, and how it is similar to Midraya's. Sorry, that is also Deku's secret, it's not my place to say. Kyoka quickly came back with his quirk. Yes, but you can still explain yours without revealing his. I thought about it before shaking my head. I'm not sure I can actually. Our quirks really are similar except his quirk grants strength, while mine grants mostly speed. All the girls let out a sigh as this was something they couldn't really demand of me. Not long after we finished discussing it, the match between Deku and Todoroki began. Looking at the both of them I could see they both had something on their minds. The fight started and the second it did Todoroki let out an enormous amount of ice toward Deku. Deku, seeing this, flicked his finger to destroy all the ice and hopefully push Todoroki off the stage. However Todoroki, knowing this would happen, put up a barrier of ice behind him. Repeating the same action Deku had to break another finger to not get frozen. This kept happening until Deku ran out of fingers on his right hand. That is when Todoroki rushed in to end the match quickly. He was close to freezing Deku's feet. However, in that split second, something amazing happened. Deku, thinking back to what I had said earlier, something must have clicked in his head. He activated One for All on his whole body with 3% to escape. Nobody but me noticed this as a bunch of steam was blocking most of the view, but I knew. I stood up in shock with my mouth agape. He really got the idea right now? Just then Todoroki started walking towards Deku. Is defending and dodging all you can do? Then he proceeded to freeze the ground in the direction of Deku. Trying to end the match right now. Only for Deku to use his unbroken left finger to push it away. You're shivering Todoroki. Quirks are still just physical abilities, there must be a limit to how much cold you can bear. But then you could use your left to thaw yourself out, right? Everyone is giving their all to make it to the top. And you are going to win with half your power? You are laughing at the face of everyone else here who are trying their hardest to achieve their dreams. You still haven't put a scratch on me. So come at me with all you got. Todoroki scowled at Deku, wanting him to use his left side. What are you planning? Did my father paw? He then suddenly looked toward the audience, toward me and my sad yet happy grin. He then looked back toward Deku who was charging him with his left hand punch to the gut. While doing that Todoroki was able to freeze his right undamaged hand. I sighed, good he can't use those fingers anymore, putting his attention back towards Deku. His scowl loosened, and tried to freeze Deku again, although this time it was much slower. Not only are your moves getting slow, so is your ice. Deku flicked his finger again to stop any ice Todoroki was making. Todoroki was on the ground from the wind pressure. While getting up he asked Deku something. Why do you two care so much? Go this far? Deku immediately knew who else Todoroki was talking about. Because we want to live up to his expectations. Of a hero that can save anyone with a smile. That is what we want to be. Just like Kaminari, I don't know the pain of what you went through, but this is your power, not his. But you refuse to use your full potential. That is why I cannot lose, I must win. After a few seconds of silence a sudden burst of flames erupted from the stage. Seriously. First Kaminari telling off my father. Now you, trying to save me during our match. I wonder who isn't taking things seriously. He gained a smile, and kept talking, "I want to be a hero too." I started laughing, only Deku could do that. Finally sitting back down, I continued to watch the match with bated breath. Todoroki used his left to thaw himself, then made a ton of ice towards Deku. Deku responded by using his 100% toe technique to travel across the field almost instantly. Finally the big clash happened, leaving everything in dust, smoke, and steam. Out of all that, I saw Deku against the wall outside the ring, leaving Todoroki with the win. Most of the class, including me, went to see him at the medical bay. While that was going on, I was unaware of a conversion being taken place by Todoroki and Endeavor. "So you have finally seen things my way. Good. Follow me and I'll lead you down the path of supremacy to deal with All Might, and that demon child. He may have caught me off guard, but I could easily wipe the floor with that devil." As soon as he said that, Todoroki scowled at his father. Maybe for the first time in his life he was actively challenging his gaze. "Kaminari showed me more of what I already knew about you. He made me think that I should live out the rest of my life without my left. Until Midoriya reminded me of something long forgotten. I realized that Kaminari held that belief the whole time as well, and that helped me come up with a vague answer I'll have to think about more." Todoroki's eyes became extra sharp and he took one step closer to his father to show dominance. "But don't ever call my big brother a demon again. He has been more of a family member to me than you ever were." And with that he left without looking back. When we finally made it towards the medical wing and everyone crashed inside, I saw Midoriya sitting upright with both hands and arms in wrappings, and a deflated All Might by his side. Dang, no wonder nobody else could figure it out, that guy looks anorexic. While we were being ushered out by Recovery Girl, Midoriya spoke up. "Wait, I need to talk to Kaminari." Uraraka and Ida were surprised, but Momo and Kyoka seemed to think this would probably happen. I couldn't really read Hagakure's expression though. Recovery Girl sighed in understanding and let me stay. After everyone else left, I sat down on a chair by Midoriya. "So is anything permanent?" He shakes his head as I sighed in relief. "I know it was fine in the show, but who knows in a couple of years." He gave me a determined look. "What did you say to Endeavor?" I was surprised he knew, then remembered Todoroki mentioned it during the fight. "I don't really think I can talk about that with All Might in the corner." I pointed at the deflated hero facing the corner, trying his best to be the heir. I laughed at Midoriya's shouting, and All Might's horrified expression. "How did you know?" "Well, too many things matched. Him teaching the same year you came with your quirk. The way you told Bakugo that someone gave you your quirk. The way you acted when Asui mentioned your quirks were similar, and you panicked. There are a few more, but I can't think of them at the moment. Plus somebody as famous as him would need to have an alter ego so as to not get swamped trying to go to the grocery store." Recovery Girl said that everyone needed to leave for your rest, but let this guy stay. "Look, his hair. He has the same style just down." After finishing my Sherlockian deduction of all the events, the whole room was silent while trying to process all the information I just dumped on them. Until All Might slowly walked over to me. "Young man, you must understand that none of this can ever leave this room." I smile at his seriousness. "Of course, sir, I understand that this is a matter of great importance." My smile slowly faded and I got a serious expression myself. "I know what it means to keep a secret. I will never tell another soul." I heard an audible gulp from Midoriya, then I continued to speak with a smile. "Still, I hate to say it, but I think Bakugo is becoming wiser. He may find out about this soon. Especially after Midoriya almost told him." I finished talking with a laugh. After staring at me for a few seconds, All Might seemed to understand that I was being serious and honest in all that I said. He sighed and said, "Seriously, young man, I think you took years off my life casually declaring who I was." I start laughing. "It's good to finally meet you," I responded. I looked back at Midoriya, who was getting healed by Recovery Girl. I sat back down at the chair by his bed, and decided to explain what I did. I screamed at Endeavor, and told him what I thought about him. After saying that, I shrugged. Everyone in the room was startled. Recovery girl came rushing over to check me for burns hidden under my clothes. Only one was a first-degree burn on my hand I didn't notice. This reminds me of a burn you got when you went overdrive. She gave me a side eye while it was healing. Come on, the guy is the number 2 hero, you wouldn't be insinuating that I actually managed to beat him, did you? I just ran, the burn is probably from him as I was escaping. Nobody was convinced. Dang, I hate the inability to lie. Okay, let's try escaping then. Well, my match is up very soon, so I have to go. As I was almost to the door, Midraya said one last question. Before my match you said my quirk and yours are similar. If you know what mine is, then what is yours? I froze in place thinking of what to say. I can't lie, so that's out. I took a deep breath as everyone else held theirs. Deku. Your quirk gives you super strength wherever you activate it. Mine gives me control of electricity, yet I can move at super speed. Do you know why? I looked back and he slowly shook his head. I don't entirely know either. But I know I have to be in second gear to do it. My second gear isn't my full output of power. Just enough that I can vary depending how fast I need to go. Overdrive is the most my body can handle. If I put as much power as overdrive in the tip of my finger, I would probably fry all my nerves. That is how we are similar. I finish my speech, and head at the door going to my waiting room. After a little bit of me charging at full power to try and increase my maximum charge, I started thinking. What happens if I take a large charge when already at maximum capacity? My thoughts were shaken by the announcement of my match beginning. Getting onto the platform, I knew this match was gonna be done in a second, and so did Ida. We both nodded and gave our go to midnight that we were ready. Both participants are ready? Okay. Go. As soon as she did that, both Ida and I used our fasted technique. Second gear overdrive. Recipro burst. And in under 1 second, just like that, Ida was on the ground with smoke coming out of his engines. I faltered on my feet, but managed to keep standing. Kaminari is the winner. After having that announced, I let out a hefty sigh. Man, dealing with him is difficult. We are about the same speed, but I can shock him if he hits me with anything that isn't his shoe. But that's all he uses to attack. So I had to reach out and grab his calf to shock him and his motors. I walked over to him on the ground and gave a hand to help him up. He looked disappointed he lost, but took the hand anyway. Leaning him over my shoulder to help him stand, I started talking. That was too close for comfort. I only won with being coated in electricity. You are too used to that speed that, even if I physically can, my mind can't keep up. Nor can I practice at this speed. Too much toll on my body. He was surprised that I told him all that, but was thankful of me seeing him as a threat. Thank you, Kaminari, may we fight again in the future. With my victory being assured. I smiled and laughed. Of course, but I won't make it easy on you. After going to our seats, I sat down between Momo and Kyoka with a hairpin and clothes in the seat behind us, and Uraraka, Deku, and Ida in front of us. Deku was in his own world thinking of the things I told him, while the rest were complimenting both Ida and I about our samurai match. Uraraka's words, not mine. The other two fights took place with everything going the same it did in the show, so I'll skip forward back to mine. It was the beginning of my fight with Todoroki. I slowly got up to the stage where Todoroki was waiting for me. I gave him a smirk, causing him to scoff back at me. He then began talking before the match started. You told him to say that, didn't you? I shook my head at him as my smirk grew into a full-on smile. Nope. That is just who he is. That is why I will help him achieve his dream. Because I know that he is more deserving of the title than I ever will be. He looked at me astonished at the thought of someone not wanting the top, but to help someone else get there. I smiled and laughed. Come on, what I did is not the actions of the truest hero. And I would do them again. Because I want to help people, but I'm not good enough to be the face of what heroes are. I know he has those qualifications, and I want to help him reach that summit, and become the sidekick of the next #1 hero. Todoroki was still stunned. That is a goal nobody has wanted, or even thought of. He wants to be a sidekick? The only people who would want to be sidekicks to others would be for two reasons: mediocrity, or the true, honest, and full belief that the party you're helping is going to be the greatest hero in the world. Will Midoriya really become the next symbol of peace? Todoroki looked into the stands to see everyone looking at Midoriya, who was covering his reddened face. The whole arena was murmuring, mostly with questions of who we were talking about. But I didn't care. This needed to be said, so All Might and the rest of the pro heroes know where I stand. Also for Todoroki to know who he is up against. That I want Midoriya to fulfill his destiny, and I will help him on every step of the way. Todoroki got out of his stupor. Just as midnight started the countdown. Both contestants ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as she started the match, Todoroki launched ice in my direction. It was trying to grab my feet. Second gear. I can't use too much charge before I may need it, so this is good enough for now. I jumped over the ice and ran around it to meet up with Todoroki. Getting close, I tried to grab onto him only to have ice push me back. Making distance, I took a breath and collected myself. The stage is getting frozen over. I will lose a game of attrition. I need to end this fast. My thoughts were cut from a question coming from across the stage. Why aren't you using your overdrive? I smiled. Why aren't you using your left? I won't be serious if you don't return the favor. He was stunned. As if realizing what it felt like to know that your opponent wasn't trying their hardest. I continued to push him. I'm a little like you. Thrust with a power I didn't exactly want, yet having to use it in order to achieve my goals. He had a look of disbelief on his face. It's true that sometimes I would rather not have had it. But since I do, I'm going to make the most of it. To help those in need, and to help my family make their dreams become a reality. Todoroki didn't know what to think. Was Kaminari telling the truth? Why would he lie? Why would he dislike his quirk? But none of that mattered right now. If he did dislike his quirk, then what did he want to tell him? Thoughts of Midoriya screamed in his head. This is your power, not his. But you refuse to use your full potential, and because of that I cannot lose. I must win. Todoroki started laughing, to the shock of everyone that knew him. As he was laughing, his left side started emitting a glow. Now we can get serious, I thought with a smirk. Todoroki's laughing slowly died down as he began to speak. I see he rubbed off on you, just as he is starting to rub off on me. He said with a smile. I replied with a grin of my own. Of course, he is gonna be number one after all. You ready to go all out now? His left starts producing flames. Sure. Second gear overdrive. As we finished up, I could feel the power flowing through me. I will be at your strongest, with my strongest. I yelled as I got into a better position to run. Go ahead and try. Todoroki fires back with a smirk. I rushed past all the non-frozen parts on the ground to avoid slipping. Todoroki covers half of himself in flames, making that part difficult to touch. He knows it's best to keep me at a distance, so he makes lots of steam to hide himself in it. I look around yet can't find him. This is bad. My battery is running low. All I have is 50% left and it's falling fast. I touched the ground with my hand on the long shot. I might shock him with it. I heard noise to my left, and immediately dashed towards it to see Todoroki forming an ice pillar to stand on. He went up 10 feet to get away from me. I smile and I stick my overheated fingers in the ice pillar, melting spots for me to climb up. In 10 seconds I was up top with him. He used his flames to try and keep me away, but I managed to grab his ankle, shocking him in the process. After he collapsed, I was declared the winner. Only to fall off the pillar a second later. My battery was at 40%, so I was in the yellow, but still okay electricity speaking. The big problem was overheating. I was dizzy. I felt like I was on fire. I fell on the ice below, and that helped a little, but it was melting too quickly. Soon enough people came out with a stretcher, and I was brought in the medical wing to see Recovery Girl. Why is it kids nowadays always push themselves far enough to want to permanently injure themselves? I got scared. Did I get brain damage like I was hoping to avoid? What's wrong with me? She sighed and took a seat next to my bed. Heat exhaustion, dehydration, and scorch marks randomly on your body. You were literally boiling the water out of your body. I sighed in relief. Oh. That's not as bad as I thought, but still not great. She spoke up again. Not great indeed. I can only amplify your body's ability to heal. The only thing on this list I can heal is the burn marks. If you went much further, and developed heat stroke, there would be little I could do. I knew that fire was dangerous. But this is all for the sake of bettering Todoroki. I let out a sigh, and was about to ask for some water before the door burst open, revealing Midoriya, Yoraraka, Ida, Momo, Kyoka, and Hagakure. I then realized something. Where is Todoroki? I then heard someone in a bed next to me as the sheet was being pulled back. Took you long enough to ask about the well-being of the guy you shocked, the same as my father. I gained an apologetic smile. Hey. Sorry about that. He just shook his head and laid back down. That's right. You never said what you did to Endeavor. Deku spoke up now that he remembered I swept that question under the rug. I smiled and shook my head. Fine, I'll tell you if you get me my charger, and some water. I'm still overheating right now. Ida went to get my charger since he was the fastest while Deku was getting me a glass of water. Momo with Kyoka and Hagakure started to ask more about my condition. Please explain to us why you decided to push yourself so far as to require needing ice inside your pillowcase to keep your temperature under control. Momo said with a crooked grin. Yes, please explain it to us. Kyoka's smile wasn't faring much better. Because I wouldn't have been able to win against two. Just as I was about to finish my sentence, a cool pack made by Momo was thrown in my face. Anything else you want to say? I started to sweat from chills at this point. I will never go this far in training, or in on life or death scenarios again. Part of the reason I promised that was because I didn't want to die from these two, but also I don't want to worry them either. They probably feel similar to what I did watching Midoriya fighting Todoroki, or even worse, Bakugo. Kyoka moves her earphone jack away from my side. Since when was that there? I'm still recovering, and you're gonna stab me? You better keep that promise for your own sake. I let out a larger sigh of relief than when I was cleared from brain damage. Midoriya came back with some water. Here you go. Yoraraka, why are you grinning like that? I looked at Yoraraka to see her with her face flushed, and a big grin plastered across it. Let's just ignore that and drink my water. After Ida came back with my charger, he plugged it in and gave it to me. I immediately put it in my mouth like a toothpick, and spoke up. Okay, I'll tell you about it, but I don't want you guys telling others about this, do you understand? They all nodded. I took in a deep breath. Okay, but first let me ask. Todoroki, do you want me to share this story? Please say no, say no. Say no, repeating that mantra in my head to try and communicate with him. He looked at me. He understood crystal clear that I wanted him to say no. Sure, you have my permission. Traitor. Todoroki snickered as he read my expression. I slowly turned back to the awaiting audience. Okay, it started when I was going in the halls to find Deku, and let him know that Shinso just says things to use his quirk, and doesn't really mean anything by talking down to some people. Just remembered I forgot to tell you that, busy day. Midoriya had an understanding nod as if that made certain things make sense. Anyway, in the halls I heard Endeavor talk to Todoroki. I won't dare repeat anything he said, but I sorta went off at him. Suddenly I heard Todoroki chuckle at my oversimplification. You told him his whole life was a lie. That everything he did was for nothing. And that he will never leave All Might's shadow. All of this before Paralaw. Todoroki. I quickly screamed, trying to get him to stop telling them anymore. He laughed again at the predicament of what he caused me. I don't think it's fair to withhold information from the people that matter to you. Isn't that right? I never said that, so he isn't throwing my words back at me. Is he trying to tell me to be more open about my pain? Either way, that is a trap question. I sighed and looked back toward the rest of the group. Everyone was looking at me like I poked a bear. Madraya understood what Endeavor did more than the rest of the group though, so he had more of an understanding where these insults came from. I decided to stand my ground. Well, he deserved it, I said while looking away. Soon we heard a loud vibration coming from Ida. He excused himself for a phone call. Oh no. I remember this now. I shook away my thoughts and tried to focus on my fight. Well, my temperature is stabled, my burns are healed, my battery charged, and I'm hydrated again. I say I'm ready for my fight with Bakugo. Getting up from my bed, I stumbled a little as I was off balance. Then what was that? Kyoka says with a deadpan expression. Just off balance. Nothing to worry about. Both the girls didn't seem pleased by my answer, but couldn't force me to stay. Just take better care of yourself, Momo said in a hushed tone so others couldn't hear. I made a promise, I said back, leaving through the door ahead of everyone else. I made my way to the waiting room to see Bakugo sitting at a table with his feet kicked up. So? Just you and me, you electric bastard. I lean against the wall by the door and start charging myself on an outlet. Yup. He stands up forcefully, kicking the table and chair away from him. Listen here, you bastard. If you're talking about that damn nerd as being the next #1 hero, you got it all wrong. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, and everyone who stands in my way. He yells as he walks past me to get to the field. I shook my head and started to go to the field behind Bakugo, but giving him a wide berth. After we made it to the stage, I was met with his permanent scowl. Okay, I definitely have speed on my side. He also can't grapple me without getting shocked. That leaves him attacking with wide explosions at medium range, and high-powered explosions up close without touching me. I got up on the stage with Bakugo on the opposite end of me. I gave my readiness check and had Midnight start us off. Both ready? Good. 3, 2, 1, go. Bakugo immediately charged me from the front as I was activating my quirk. Is he trying to attack me before I can get my quirk off? Second gear. Activating it didn't seem to perturb Bakugo in the slightest. What is he planning? I waited for him to change directions with an explosion. When he did get close, he tried switching to my right, probably to see if I had any visual impairments. I tried to grab onto him, but he blew me up to also create some distance. Oi bastard, use your stupid overshit so I can blast you to dust with it. There is no point winning against you half-assed, punk. I began to laugh, confusing and angering Bakugo more. You know, I almost forgot. I almost forgot how much of a jerk you really are. I've been too busy with other things happening. It totally slipped my mind. So I want to thank you for reminding me to put you back in your place. Second gear overdrive. As soon as I activated it, I could feel myself heating up again. This is less about power, and more about overheating. I get 1 or 2 moves. You bastard, Bakugo started screaming until I almost teleported in front of him with my hand over his mouth, shocking him in the process. This thing is making too much noise. I then got closer to his ear to whisper something to him I didn't want others hearing. The big reason why Deku will be #1 is because he is kind, and caring. Gaining strength to help others, not to prove something to himself. Backing away from his ear, I put in one last shock to paralyze him temporarily, and throw him off the stage. I turned back to Midnight, who got startled at me. I began walking off the stage while giving her some parting words. He'll be back to normal in about 5 minutes. I left to go to the waiting room in silence. I sat down in my chair exasperatedly. Now what? Help Haida conquer his demons. Fight hero killer Stain. Maybe save a few new recruits from the League of Villains? Those are loose goals. I need a plan. First, find where Madrya is going to. Oh, I forgot I need to pick a hero to train under. Well, I guess I have my pick of the litter with being first. I hope I can get Snipe. While lost in my own thoughts, I didn't notice the door opening. I was startled awake from Midoriya poking my shoulder with worry on his face. Why did you go so far? I guess that was pretty noticeable. I just can't keep my emotions in check. Probably why the original Denki just fried himself on purpose. I just had a thought. Bakugo used to treat you like that every day, or worse. It's kinda the big brother's duty to take on his little bro's bully. I hate the way he talks about you. You have greatness, but he refused to see it. Or saw it, became jealous, and started bullying you over it. I don't know. But what I do know is that he always strives to be the best. And that's good. Don't get me wrong, you need to have a driving force to keep you motivated and pushing your limits. However, if that is all he cares about, I see a young endeavor on our hands. So it was for a few reasons. To teach a lesson, to get you some justice, and because he just personally makes me mad. I left him with that, and walked out the door. Learning my lesson, I looked back and forth in the hallways to see if anyone was around. Seeing nobody, I continued on the field, unaware of a pair of shoes, pants, shirt, and hair clip were behind a nearby bench. Somehow Momo and Kyoko were able to rope in Hagakure into spying on me from time to time. Finally on the field I took the first place pedestal, Bakugo with a complex expression took the second, and Todoroki took third. Then, with a loud bang came a familiar smiling hero. I am here with medals. I smiled at the theatrics of it all. Todoroki was first. Young Todoroki. It is good to see you here. I noticed you finally using your fire. What does this mean for the rest of the class? Todoroki had a thoughtful expression. I don't know. I don't know what I should do anymore. I've always wanted to be a great hero like you. But it is hard to forget over things. I know who I have to see to find my answers, but that is it. All Might kept up his big smile and began to hug Todoroki. That is perfectly alright, young man. Say no more. I see a new look in your eye, and I think you will find exactly what you need. Just as All Might was going to Bakugo, I heard Todoroki whisper. I understand why you've taken an interest in him. I nodded my head in total agreement. Young Bakugo. I am proud to see you here. It must have taken a lot of hard work. Placing the medal on Bakugo's head, I noticed a distinct lack of yelling, or screaming. Looking over, I saw Bakugo in a hug with All Might, just not saying anything. I was so confused I looked at Todoroki, who was still in his own world, so I had nobody to back me up on how weird this was. Soon enough it was my turn. All Might placed the medal on my head with his big old smile, and I couldn't help but smile as well. Well done, getting to the top of your class. How will you go on for your next challenge? I scoffed a little at his question. I'm going to help the future #1 hero. Ha ha ha, you have great faith in your friend to make it to the top. But I won't back down easily. Ha ha. I chuckled back at him. I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. These are your champions. But remember that everyone here has great potential. So much so, even the first place champion is waiting for someone else to take the mantle. So keep working, and encouraging each other. The sprouts of today will become the heroes of tomorrow. And perhaps even surpass me. Ha ha. And with that said, everybody cheer with me on this now. 1, 2, 3. Thanks for the hard work. Unfortunately for All Might, everyone assumed he would say plus ultra, and got mad he didn't. I couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Soon after the events it was break, and I was back to training. Okay, I think I have enough understanding and control. I got out my phone and put it on a stopwatch app. Alright, go over the game plan one last time. Feel the electric impulses in my brain, and help them travel faster. No need to do anything more. I'm already playing with fire on this one. With the stopwatch running, I slowly went into meditation, trying to feel the electricity flow in my brain. After some time I was able to feel the electricity flowing, but it was too complex. All going in seemingly random directions, at speeds I could hardly comprehend. I kept focusing to see if a pattern would emerge. After a while I still couldn't find a pattern, so I had to go into another direction. I opened my eyes, and stood up to go to the kitchen. Looking down, I saw that the stopwatch was going on for 2 hours. Feeling the electricity was mesmerizing, but I didn't think I was staring at it for so long. I yawned as I got to my freezer. Taking out some ice packs, I went back to my room. I put all the ice packs inside my pillow, chilling it to the best of my ability. Laying back down on the bed, I rested my head on the pile of ice packs in my pillow. This should help with any heating issues. I went back into meditation to feel the flow of electricity again. I have to amp my brain as a whole if I want this to work. I think I have something finally. Electricity flows from all parts of the brain, but there are sections. The sections communicate with themselves, and nothing else. But there is one exception. The frontal lobe. They all send signals to the frontal lobe, and the frontal lobe sends signals back to each individual section. The frontal lobe acts as sort of a hub for all the parts of the brain to check in with. It will be too difficult for me to try and amp the whole brain, at least as of yet, but if I can amp the frontal lobe, I should gain an accelerated thought process. Which in turn might also increase the speed that the neurons communicate to and from the frontal lobe. Increasing the speed in which I gain the information as well. I didn't think this was a good idea when I first theory crafted it, but it is starting to seem like the best option. I try my best to steady my nerves. I take a few minutes to calm myself down. No mistakes here, just little by little. I put in my smallest amount of electricity into my frontal lobe. I then opened my eyes, turned my head to look at the stopwatch again. Ugh, another 2 hours have passed. Putting that aside, I don't see any change in how I can see the milliseconds. I need to give myself more power. I close my eyes again and put in slightly more power into my frontal lobe. After putting in 2% per minute charge into it, I opened my eyes back up. I looked at the stopwatch, and took note that the milliseconds were going by slightly more slowly. It is working, this is a good sign. Let's try 3% to increase the speed. After I finished the alteration, I opened my eyes again to see that the milliseconds were moving by only slightly more slowly than before. By my estimation, I can hold base second gear for about 1.5 hours with my battery since I increased it, but the heat slowly builds the whole time, so I probably can't last that long without my costume. The usage of base second gear is around 3 to 4% per minute. Plus the amount I constantly make at around 1% per minute. So if I can use both this technique with second gear, that will take more than half my time, while probably heating me up quicker. I'm not getting a significant increase to reaction time from what I can't tell so far at this amount of power. I might need 5 to 10% power per minute to feel a noticeable effect. After hashing my thoughts out, I turned off the power, and took a look at the stopwatch again. Noticing the time is going normal again, I let out a sigh before stopping it, putting my semi-melted ice packs in the freezer, and going to bed. Waking up, I did my morning routine, and went out for school. Only problem was the stairs. Walking down the street, I could feel people looking at me. Some in awe, others in curiosity, and a few in fear. I think it was the eye. Finally making my way into the school grounds, I heard Ida telling Madraya not to worry about him or his brother. Liar was all I could think, seeing that fake reassuring smile of his. Getting to class, I heard all of the class talking about how people were talking to them about the festival. I took my seat just as the bell rang, and just after the final toll, Aizawa stepped in with his sleepy expression. Still feels nice seeing him without permanent eye damage. Today you will be coming up with your hero aliases. Just then most of the class started cheering. But first is the pro hero drafts. It is based on heroes that think you will be ready to work in 2 or 3 years of experience. You could say it's them showing interest in you. Now here are the pick numbers. Aizawa pointed at the screen behind him to show us the numbers. Now normally they would be more even, but this year a few of you stood out particularly. I looked up in half a daze as I looked at the numbers. I had well over 5,000, Todoroki had just over 4,000, Bakugo had a little over 3,000, then Tokoyami with 350, and down it went after that. Everyone had their own reactions, but I was more surprised than anything else. I knew I would get a lot for being first, but how many pro heroes exist? I sighed thinking of all the papers I would have to reply no on. Momo, seemingly understanding my plight, started to giggle at my reaction. Even if you weren't picked, you will still have a chance to work as side pros. Choose wisely, they are only tentative, but pick something appropriate. Or else you will know true hell. Suddenly the door flew open as someone yelled at a continuation of Aizawa's lesson. Looking to the door I saw Midnight coming into the classroom. The name you pick now, may be what the world ends up calling you. Aizawa got his sleeping bag out of nowhere and started talking. That's right, Midnight will be helping you pick out your names while I get some rest. Remember, a name sets an image of yourself, and how others see you. Because names reflect your true character. And with that Aizawa got into his sleeping bag. What name do I want? I have moves that are references to Luffy. A costume and power from high. I look like I have a red eye like. You know what? I'm gonna stop. Keep it simple. Still thinking of simple names, I was startled by a feeling of someone breathing down my neck. Startled, I jumped out of my chair, and spun around to see what it was, electricity turning on from my surprise. I saw Midnight looking at me with a slightly heated gaze. You startle easily. She spoke in a playful tone as I audibly gulped. I don't have many experiences of someone breathing down my neck, was all I could think of while still looking at her cautiously. Would you like to have more? She said with a slight giggle. I sighed at my own hubris. She is not actually hitting on you, calm down. This is the kind of woman that likes to tease, and dominate things that interest her. It will go away after some time. I just shook my head with a displeased expression, and sat back down in my seat. Looking up, I realized I garnered more than a few gazes from the class. Momo, and Kyoko being the most crooked out of the bunch, besides Mineta maybe. Trying to concentrate again on a name, I was thrown off track when I heard a question. Did I scare you too much? Midnight giggled at her own deduction. I just wanted her to go away so I could focus, and not be stabbed later today. Midnight is just bad news. I put some power into my right eye, causing it to shine, and spoke firmly to her. Let me focus. Seeing this, she perked up in surprise, then slowly a grin started to form, along with a blush to go along with it. Oh no. I think I triggered something I really shouldn't have. Seeing her reaction gave me pause, and I began to sweat nervously. Seeing me switch from scared, to mean, to scared again was really flipping her switch, in turn making me more frightened. This seemed to be a perpetual cycle until Momo kicked us out. Hey, what are you doing? This is a learning environment. Getting startled back to the rest of reality, I let out a gasp of air, with a few beads of sweat on my forehead. Definitely dangerous. I slouched back into my seat to see that both Midnight and I held everyone's gazes. Embarrassed at being seen hunted, I quickly turned my blushing face towards the window, trying to purge all of what just happened. Midnight just left, but not before whispering something in my ear. I can teach you so many things. This just caused me to blush even fiercer, making everyone wonder what she said to me. The rest of the time I was trying to think of a name, only to be brought back to that phrase. And Momo's death glare wasn't helping me either. Eventually it was time to give our names. Everyone else had their same names, so no changes there. It was finally down to Ida, Midoriya, and me. Ida went first with just his name. Midoriya picked Ika just like before. Then it was me. I got up to the pedestal, and had Midnight move extra close to me, causing my face to redden and my lips to purse. I let out a sigh through my nose, then put my whiteboard for all to see. Everyone was silent, staring at my name. I did choose my own name, instead of just copying names of where my ideas and moves came from. I was going to make my own name for myself. Reiju, Fenrir. Reiju means thunder beast. A Reiju is normally depicted as a dog or a wolf. The strongest wolf I can think of is the Norse mythology of the Fenrir that killed Odin. I will be a thunder Fenrir. A wolf strong enough to take on even the gods for the sake of his pack. After hearing my explanation for my name, everyone was still silent. Midnight was the first to break out of her stupor. Well, I must say I think that name fits you quite well. Well done. I gave her a nod, and went back to my seat in silence. After I sat down, Momo was about to say something, but got cut off from Aizawa. Well, now that you have your names, go pick out heroes you want to train under, and send in those forms by tomorrow. After he was done with class, he left out the door, leaving Midnight and the rest of the class to our own devices. After I got up from my seat to talk with Ida, I was stopped. You really should put me down for your internship. Midnight came out of nowhere to tell me she would take me in. I looked away, slightly blushing. Sorry, I already had someone in mind to teach me. She put her index finger to her lips in a quizzical expression. Oh? And who would that person be? This question got a few classmates looking to see who I thought well enough of to teach me. I'm looking to be taught by Snipe. Hearing this got some people's attention. The only thing I have that is ranged is my pistol. Once that is gone, all the teaching about aiming things will go out the window, right? Well, that may be true, but mid to long range is what I struggle with the most. Getting some pointers on that may help me when I need it most. Midnight wouldn't leave me alone about me picking her agency instead until Momo and Kyoka both told her to stop. I think I'm starting to get a clearer picture. Midnight gains a slightly sadistic smile while blushing. That's okay. I can wait. I felt a shiver down my spine when she whispered that last part in my ear. Feeling my cheeks burn up, and my pulse quickening, I shook my head in the hopes of forgetting all that happened with Midnight. I felt another shiver down my back, causing me to turn around, only to be met with gazes of contempt, jealousy, and anger. This is where I need to make a quick getaway. As I was about to run, I felt something tug at my ankle. Looking down, I saw Kyoka's earphone jack wrapped around me. Looking back up, I saw both her and Momo looking at me with crooked smiles again. Please have mercy. I didn't do anything. You are taking Snipe as your teacher, right? Kyoka asked in an overly happy tone that sent a primal pit of fear in me. Nodding my head violently, my ankle was let go. Momo was up next with her own question. What did she say to you as she left? I paused for a second, then shook my head. I didn't hear anything. Kyoka scoffed at my obvious lie. Then what was that pause? I paused again. There was no pause. She then stabbed me in my stomach with her earphone jack, causing me to grunt in pain. Other people looked for a second, then lost interest just as fast. Fine. I said with a hushed tone. I'll tell you if we're outside of class, and you promise you won't injure me for it. They both looked at each other to gauge if the terms were acceptable. After a bit of hushed back and forth, they agreed to my terms. With a sigh, I got my things, and left the classroom with the girls. Getting outside of the building, we got to a secluded spot. Well, after he said that she understood about whatever, she just said she can wait. I started and stopped this interrogation as fast as I could. After I said my piece, and got what they wanted out as fast as I could, I closed my eyes waiting for the pain of an earphone jack in my gut, but it never came. I slowly opened my eyes to see both of the girls blushing while not looking at each other, or me. I should use this moment of chaos to escape. Okay, I'll see you two when we all go to our pro hero internships. And with that, I ran from both of them. I couldn't train at night as I was mentally tired from what happened today. Geez. I go from trying not to stand out, to getting first in the festival, and possibly have Midnight chasing after me. Please let someone else take that train, I definitely don't want her. After thinking of how much I'm a failure, I went to sleep. The next day, everyone in class got their costumes and went towards the train network to go to their respective pro hero. I picked Snipe, so I went off to his agency in Hazu City. After saying goodbye to everyone, I took the train with Ida. Before I did though, I told Uraraka and Madraya that I would watch over Ida. That helped them calm down a little. Inside, the train was moderately filled with passengers. Ida took a seat far from anyone, which was good for me. Sitting next to him, he didn't even notice my existence. I talked in a near whisper so other passengers couldn't hear. You want to kill him, don't you? This made Ida flinch. I never looked at him though. Just ahead while talking to him. I understand. I would too. If I ever did find out what was the cause of me being alone, I would want to thrash its neck. Keeping my answers vague so as not to give false information about Dinky's parents, I continued on. I don't have any family. Or at least none that I know of. Before I came to this school I had nothing. No family. No friends. I'm still not sure if my apartment still counts as a home. I have some idea of what you're going through, with only one exception. I don't know how I lost everyone. Hearing the last part, Ida snapped his head at me with his mouth slightly agape. I never truly had anything to hate for taking away everything I ever loved. So I went straight to sadness, and depression. I never had the burning rage, and for that I'm almost grateful. I hate the person I become, when I'm mad. However, I know that look. I turned to see his face with depression, astonishment, shame, and rage plastered all across it as he quickly turned away with tears in his eyes. I won't tell you to not go after him because I know you won't listen, so I'll make you promise me that when you do, you do it right. I'm gonna be around, so are other heroes. Bring him to justice, and be able to look your brother in the eyes next time you see him. With my speech done, I turned to see Ida with his head down crying. I quickly took off my jacket and put it over his head so others couldn't see him right now. After a while I heard a small voice coming from him. Thank you. I gave a calm smile anytime. After the train ride we went our separate ways. Ida went to his agency, and I went to mine. Pausing in front of the main doors I took a deep breath. Okay. Let's get this started. I went inside, and spoke to a lady receptionist. I know you. Snipes said you'd be coming in today. Go through that door, and keep heading straight until you see the range. I thanked her and proceeded where she told me to go. On my way I passed a few lesser known heroes, or sidekicks, I wasn't sure which. Looking around I noticed that this place seemed to just be a normal office building. The thought of a normal office building holding heroes was a bit jarring, but something I would have to get used to over the past few days I would be doing this. I think I hear gunfire now. I accelerated my pace to get to the range faster, and within a few seconds I was there. Opening the door I saw Snipe quickly shooting different targets all around him in quick, precise shots. Whoa! I couldn't help but awe at the speed and accuracy. I know that is not from his quirk. They are all bullseyes, or very close to it. 6 villains down. Just like that. Noticing my presence, Snipe put his gun back in his holster. He started walking towards me. His red sash flowed as he did so, and his spurs were accenting every step he made. Hey kid. I must confess I was surprised I was your first pick for your hero internship. What might be the reason behind you doing something like that? I let out a smile. I have a few reasons. I need practice to aim my gun, and nobody is better at that than you. I have a new technique I want to try that will help me with shooting, and I want to hear your ideas about it. It would also be good practice for me to deal with someone who likes long range. I can't keep up overdrive for very long to just close gaps between my enemies. And finally, I think you're a really cool hero. I gave a slight laugh at myself for that last reason, but stood by it nonetheless. Snipe stood in silence thinking of all that I said. Well, All Might did mention that your costume was a modern take on mine. Alright then. Get in your costume, and meet me back here as soon as you're done. Giving him a nod, I took my briefcase to the locker room. After opening the briefcase I was washed over with a sense of longing. Oh, I missed you too. I said to my gear as I started putting it on. After changing I went back to the range. Snipe, seeing me, nodded. Good look kid. Now do you know how to use it? I smirked. Which part? I got a lot going on. He laughed at my question. Alright kid, you have a gun right? Show me nothing else. I need a baseline for what I'm dealing with. No techniques, no other gadgets, just you, your gun, and the targets. I pulled out my 6-shooter from my left hip with a grin. Yes sir. I got into the center of the room, and Snipe went into the bulletproof control room. I heard a click to my left, and saw a target fast approaching me. I quickly fired my gun and hit around center mass. But as I was celebrating, I heard a few more clicks all around me. I looked, and shot in the direction of the targets to the best of my ability. I was able to hit the targets, but they were getting further off the center as each one popped up. At the sixth target I fully missed it. Just after that the training stopped and Snipe came out of the control room. "Not bad, kid, but I can see you started to panic halfway through. You shot one of the civilian targets, your aim degraded from shot to shot, and finally I think that gun is a bottleneck." "One of those was a civilian? Then the other thing I missed was brought to my attention." "Bottleneck how? Come on, kid, you really don't notice it? I thought you were smarter than that," he said as he shook his head in disappointment. A little mad, I decided to compare weapons. "Oh. That is obvious. I only have 6 shots, I say, cursing my own stupidity. "Yay, kid, send in a weapon alteration to the support department along with your 6-shooter. They should get a new one sent out before our time is up. Until then, kid." He goes over to a weapon storage room. And comes out with a gun just like his, except it's mirrored for a lefty shooter like me. "Tech guys gave this to me to see how I would like akimbo. I didn't, to make a long story short, and it's been here ever since." He tosses it to me and I grab it with both hands. Feeling the heft to it, and seeing the design of it. It was hard to describe, to say the least. It had 3 cylinders holding 6 shots each, 18 in total. After the one inside was spent, the next one on the track would take its place, sending the empty one to the opposite side. This wasn't a weapon, this was art. As I was geeking out over this new artwork, I heard Snipe start laughing. "Hi, you know what, kid? I'll make you a deal. You do well enough in art training, and I may let you have that." Shaken out of my thoughts of amazement, I looked at him with wide eyes. I looked back at the pistol, and felt like I needed it. I looked back at him full of determination. "What do I have to do?" He let out a small chuckle. "Alright, kid, ammo is right over there. I have other things to take care of, so this will be just you. Train as long as you can take, but with none of your techniques. You must be comfortable shooting without any help." I nodded my head with a smile. This is the training I am best at. He soon left and I was alone in the range with myself, my gun, and my victims. I couldn't be happier. I familiarized myself with the soon-to-be mine gun. After about 10 minutes of making sure I could work the weapon, and reload without looking 70% of the time, I felt good enough to take on the dummies. This time I was ready for the civilian targets, so I wouldn't just fire at everything that popped up. I started better than my first attempt this time. I never hit a civilian, and that was my number one goal. Can't be a hero, shocking civilians running to me for help. Now it was my target accuracy that had something to be desired. So after the second attempt I reloaded, and went for the third. This time I will take a full second to aim at each one. Once I can hit within 1 inch of a bullseye, then I will start to focus on speeding up my aiming time. Once the third attempt had finished, I was a little more accurate, but much slower overall. Speed or accuracy? Ha! I'll keep training till I have both. I settled in for a long day of training. On my 10th attempt I was noticing diminishing returns on my training. It seems that I have grown quickly to a point, and now I have hit a wall. This will take time to hurdle, but I know Deku will grow exponentially. I have to keep improving before he moves past me. I must become a wall for him to overcome, on his journey to number 1. Re-psyching myself up, I reloaded much faster and without difficulty, not even needing to look. I then started the 11th session. In the control room a group of heroes and sidekicks groaned, while others seemed to cheer at the development inside the training room. Snipe moved in to see what all the commotion was about. Only to find his employees were making a betting pool of how long I would last before taking a break. What is he up to now? A random sidekick spoke up with a big grin. He's up to his 12th session now. If he goes for just 2 more, I will make it big. Snipe was quiet for a moment, then spoke up to everyone. Who has the bet on the highest round, and what was the round that you bet? He looked around at everyone, mumbling the rounds they picked out, for one to speak up. I guess it was me, I bet he would make it to 20. At the end of the man's statement, Snipe seemed to chuckle. Put me down that the kid will make it beyond 30 rounds. And with that, Snipe left the room full of shocked individuals. They soon regained their composure, and looked back into the room to see me still going at it. Getting better at each iteration, not much mind you. However, each session did help me improve, however small that may have been. After my 20th session, I was getting better at hitting around the bullseye without aiming at it. My muscle memory was attuned to where the bullseye should be, and shot that area when I wanted to shoot a target. It was still in its infancy, but I could feel my aim sharpening without my full attention. I decided to work a little on the speed of my shots next. I reloaded and got into position for the session to start. I yawned after my 23rd session. Not as much as being tired, but bored. Well, I think I can get away with using it once, right? Nobody is watching. I turned on settings behind a panel in the corner to change a few things for testing my technique. After I was done, I went back into the center of the training area. I took a deep breath in before starting the session. I put power into my frontal lobe again, except this time I used 5% per minute. After I did that, I could almost feel time slowing down. 3 targets were midway through popping up, and I had a thought. I can just shoot where I know they are going to be before they are fully up. I'll have to factor in the bullet speed, and how fast the targets are moving, but I feel like I can figure those out quickly at this processing speed. I moved my arm to aim the weapon at the first target. First, my mind was falling behind to process my speed in overdrive, and now I feel like my body can't fully keep up with the actions I want to take. I'll have to fully plan my moves ahead of time. I also noticed one other thing after I fired my first shot at the first target. I feel like I can aim much easier. Like I already know where my shot is going to land, without aiming down my sights. Almost like I am instinctively calculating where the barrel is aimed, and seeing the line in which it goes. It's very hard to describe, but it almost feels like a bullet time. I finish my thoughts, as I shoot the third target. And just as I got finished with the 3, I heard another more creaking from behind me. Slowly turning around, I looked at 6 targets around me. And just as fast as they came up, I shot them back down. And finally I had to deal with 3 targets on each side of me. I took care of the ones on the right of me first, then quickly dispatched the ones on my left. After they were all taken care of, this session was over. I turned off my bullet time, and let out a sigh. I'm not low on charge, far from it. I only used at most 5%, that was less than a minute. I'm not overheated yet. I could probably keep up bullet time for 10 minutes before having battery, or heat problems. Although the lack of heating issues may be in part of my costume. No, the real problem is after I'm done. I feel sick after getting my thoughts slowed back to normal. It isn't so bad now since I used it for about a minute, and only at 5% per minute. However, the higher the power, and the longer amount of time I use this, the worse the effects will be. I lay down on the cool ground for a second to catch my bearings. Trying to take my mind off of my sickness, I think about how cool it will be to just walk into a room, and instantly deal with everyone in a flash, like a Wild West hero. Getting my bearings back, I got up to change the settings again back to the way they were. I think I can suffer through that amount of sickness in a fight, but I best not push the limits of what I can fight under. While changing the settings, the people inside the control room were flabbergasted. One person shakily asked the question on everyone's mind. What was his time? Another person closer to the clock shakily read out the time. The last target was up at the 10-second mark, and the kid finished all targets in 10 seconds. They all sat in silence at this boy, who was able to shoot with accuracy, and amazing speed. It did seem to come at a cost, but was amazing nevertheless. I did my normal training with the dummies, but I noticed a slight difference. I felt like I made a jump in my experience. It wasn't a huge difference, but noticeable all the same. It could be possible that I, in my accelerated thought process, was able to increase the speed in which I gain experience while I have it activated? It was definitely possible, but I made a promise not to train with my abilities. I already broke it once to stave off boredom, but I'm not gonna do it again. I really need to earn his respect to gain this artwork. The more I use it, the more I need it. After finishing my 26th session, I was now starting to get tired. Mostly my arm, and my head. I already felt kinda mentally taxed after having used bullet time, but with the droning of the same tests, my mind was starting to falter. But I kept pushing. I need to use a gun as an extension of myself without bullet time if I want to be strong enough to support everyone. I then screamed to myself to keep me going. What kind of Raiju, Fenrir would abandon his friends and family for just being tired? Would you give up right now if your friends were in trouble? Show some backbone and stand tall for whatever challenges await for them. Then help them blast it all out of their way. That is the duty of a big brother. After psyching myself up, I went on the next few sessions with a new sense of vigor. Making it to the 33rd round, my legs and arms were getting really hard to move. My aim was starting to get worse, and so was my speed. I guess I used all that I had left after my speech to myself. I should probably go, but this floor seems very comfortable right now. Maybe close my eyes for a second, and let my body rest. After I laid down, before I realized it myself, I drifted off to sleep. Soon after, while I was still unconscious, many people came into the range from the control room. Well, I guess this kid was better than we all gave him credit for. One sidekick said to the rest of the group. They all remained silent, staring at my smiling, sleeping face. Soon enough, Snipe came into the room to check on my progress, but wondering why all of his companions were standing in the range. He went out of the control room to see what was going on. He asked the nearest person what happened when he saw my unconscious body sprawled on the ground. The man slowly spoke. Well, he did get over 30. But he did a few other things that are of more note. Snipe was confused. What is just as impressive as going over 30 rounds of this with hardly a break on your first day? Explain it all to me. After hearing the explanation of all of the workers, Snipe was quiet. The kid has spunk. He was the young rookie, who was able to defeat 10 thugs, kill 1 villain, and send the other 2 packing during the USJ incident. Hearing this made all of the people inside the room shudder, and look back at me while Snipe went back into thought. This does explain what pushes him. According to the information I have, his parents died less than a year ago. He is substituting his classmates for a family to lean on, and protect. But those movements they described on his 24th session. I was there when he talked about his work. If it truly is what he says it is, then,